Good morning. I will now call to order our Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023. Roll call, please.
Vice Chair Gallagher,
Here.
Supervisor Cottrell,
Here.
Supervisor Pedrosa, Supervisor Gregory,
Here.
Chair Ramos.
Here. And now, if I could, I see the former American Canyon Fire Chief Mike Cahill in the back of the room. If you would please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We do have a policy, if you come back to visit, you do participate. So this is your warning. Thank you. And welcome to the board meeting. We do have a number of presentations this morning, and we're going to start off with one that really warms all of our hearts. We've had the opportunity this morning to start our day celebrating our employees with 25 to 29 years of service, but after speaking to a couple, there are actually two that one is 30 and one is 35 years of service. So for that, I'm going to welcome up our HR director, Ms. Christine Briseño, to
Thank you. Good morning.
welcome them.
I would like to ask Interim CEO Mr. Morrison to join me in celebrating our employees. So we started this program this year in order to acknowledge and recognize long-term service with the county. As long-term employees help ensure a stable work environment, they play a vital role in curating our culture, and their lasting tenure with our agency instills morale in newcomers and those considering working for our agency and investing in public service. So with that, I would like to ask our employees to join us in order of years of service. They're in order, David. Our first employee we're celebrating is Lisa Fletcher with 30 years of service. Next we have Stefania Pramuk. Stefana, excuse me. With 28 years of service, thank you. Next we have Erlene Geske with 28 years of service. Next we have James Brown with 28 years of service. Next we have Robert Kremet with 28 years of service. Next we have Gliselle Chavez Afrique. I'm sorry, I don't have a John on my list. May I see the name? Next we have Mr. Juan Arias. Just a bit out of order. Next we have John Coolidge. Kimberly Trotter with 25 years of service. Laura Anderson with 25 years of service. And Silva Darbinian with 25 years of service. Oh, there you go. Thank you. If I may, not all of our employees who have extended service with us appreciate a public recognition, so I'd like to read their names and their years of service. We have Jeanette Mackler with 29 years of service, Jose Pelayo with 29 years of service, Karen McElroy with 29 years of service, Adriana Buenavente with 29 years of service, Allison Mueller with 28 years of service, Carolina Harry with 28 years of service, Christy Burquez with 28 years of service, Jamie Murillo with 28 years of service, Marcela Lopez with 28 years of service, Michael Milat with 27 years of service, Anita Verdine with 26 years of service, Delphina Warren with 26 years of service, James Baumgartner with 26 years of service, Lisa Centas with 26 years of service, Maura Snyder with 26 years of service, Russell Snyder with 26 years of service, Yvonne Rasmussen with 26 years of service, Amanda Jones with 25 years of service, Benjamin Gouard with 25 years of service, David Harry with 25 years of service, Ignacio Mendez with 25 years of service, Karen Futh with 25 years of service, Lavonda Snyder with 25 years of service, Matthew McComber with 25 years of service, Michael Bartlett with 25 years of service, Paul Fernandez with 25 years of service, our own Ronald Abernathy with 25 years of service, and Steve Vasquez with 25 years of service. And that concludes the 25 and plus years of service employees. Thank you.
Well, speaking from this crowd, since none of us have even hit the 10-year mark, we are in awe of your dedication to this county, your loyalty, and really what you bring in terms of serving our community. It is you who does the work, who connects with our clients, and those of you doing the work. We know that our services span from checking out a book to a child in the library to helping our most vulnerable through access to food and access to housing and mental health and providing for the public safety. We are grateful. And I very, very much enjoyed this morning hearing the internet had not arrived at the county when some of you were here. I loved hearing the carbon copies and really glad I don't need to touch them anymore. And to the one gentleman who has 2,800 hours of sick time banked up and has only called in 3 days, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. So thank you very, very much for allowing us to celebrate you, and to those that were unable to join us as well. Thank you very much for your service. Next, we will have a presentation of a proclamation to the Napa County Landmarks Board of Directors recognizing May 2023 as Historic Preservation Month in Napa County. One of the things that we are so grateful here in Napa County is to have so many nonprofits that are committed to ensuring that Napa County is what it is. And part of it comes with looking at preserving our heritage and our legacy. You only have to cross a bridge in town to understand the historic nature of Napa County as an original county in California. We have a lot to be proud of, and it is through the partnerships of our nonprofits, such as the Napa County Landmarks, that we are able to recognize May as Historic Preservation Month. I'm going to read a couple of recitals, and then we will have the board join us and the board members present to be able to receive this proclamation. Whereas the Napa County Landmarks, founded in 1974 by John Whitridge, is a nonprofit organization that fosters appreciation and preservation of historic buildings, sites, and districts throughout education programs, public policy, research, and technical assistance. And whereas Napa County Landmarks creates community discussion and preservation of our historic resources to protect and reuse them, create jobs, stabilize property values, and preserve existing housing stock. Whereas Napa County Landmarks recognizes Napa County preservation through Preservationist of the Year Award and Award of Merit, honoring those who restore, rehabilitate, and adapt a historic resource for continued use. Now be it proclaimed, that the Board of Supervisors, County of Napa, on this second day of May, does hereby proclaim May 2023 as Historic Preservation Month in Napa County. We call on all members of the community to support preservation and Napa County Landmarks' efforts to preserve the rich history of Napa County. Thank you. now we'll invite you to say a few words.
Thank you, County Supervisors and community of Napa County. On behalf of Napa County Board of Directors, we'd like to thank everyone for this recognition and your continued support as we enter the 49th year of Napa County Landmarks, advocating for historic preservation. Want to say anything, Karen? Okay.
Thank you. Next, I think because the weather gets a lot better in May, everyone picks May. So bear with us. We do have many important proclamations that we are presenting today. The next one, we are proclaiming May 2023 as Older Americans Month, and we will be presenting this proclamation to Chris Brown, Deputy Director of Health and Human Services for Comprehensive Services for Older Adults, and to Elaine Clark, Director of the Napa Solano Area Agency on Aging. And one of the things I actually last week had the opportunity with many supervisors around the area to present about our growing needs for our older adults. And knowing that Napa County, 20% of our population is over 65, we have, don't take me wrong, disproportionate is not a negative word. We have a disproportionate amount of seniors. So we are at the front lines of being able to really understand what the changing needs are as our population as a whole grows older, making sure that we are providing these services, making for our seniors, making sure that there is a quality of life as people are choosing to age in place in their homes, and creating the support services necessary to be able to do that. We are fortunate enough to partner with Solano County on our area agency on aging that allows us to collaborate, share ideas, and to certainly be better at serving our older population. I will now read a few of the recitals, and same thing, we're going to be doing this a lot, and then you come on down. Whereas Napa County recognizes the need to create a community that offers the services and supports older adults may need to make choices about how they age. And whereas Napa County can work to build an even better community for our older population by not limiting our thinking about aging, exploring and combating stereotypes and ageism, emphasizing the many positive aspects of aging, inspiring older adults to push past traditional boundaries and embrace our community's diversity. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that this Board of Supervisors on this second day of May does hereby proclaim May 2023 as Older Americans Month in Napa County. We urge all members of our community to celebrate and pay tribute to the seniors who raised and guided us throughout our lives. Let us all contribute to the creation of an inclusive society and accept the challenge of flexible thinking around aging. And lastly, let us renew our commitment to honoring their contributions by giving them the fullest care, support, and respect they deserve. Thank you. Okay, go. We'll separate the beans too. Now I'll invite our Deputy Director to say a few words.
Thank you. And first of all, Supervisor Ramos, I did want to thank you for your participation in the Master Plan for Aging virtual conference on the Caring for Caregivers last week. So this is my 15th year accepting this proclamation. And people that know me know I always like to throw out demographic statistics. And you kicked us off with a little bit of that, Supervisor Ramos, so thank you. So here's my 2023 edition of Aging by the Numbers in Napa County and beyond. So in 2023, over 4.3 million Americans will turn 60. And more than 10% of them live in our state, which means that nearly 500,000 Californians will be turning 60 just this year, to the tune of 1,365 a day. While the United States population age 60 plus is only 17%, the average in California climbs to 24%, and in Napa County, nearly 40,000 residents, more than 28% are already 60 or older. Statewide, last year, the number of adults age 60 plus has surpassed the number of minors in California, and we actually had that happen here a decade ago, and that gap continues to increase. In the last 5 years, the age 60 population here in Napa County increased by 4,000, and the under 60 population decreased by 4,500. So we just continue getting older and older all the time. So as we think about the ramifications of that, the community is interested in learning more about the needs of all of us as we age. And there is the Napa Older Adults Needs Assessment is underway, and we'll be accepting survey responses until the end of June. So I would encourage anybody 60 and older to please go to www.communityhealthnv.org/NOAA. Or you can also just Google Napa Older Adults Assessment, and you can find the links there. It is a lengthy survey. It's I won't tell you quite how many questions it is, but it can take 30 minutes to an hour to complete. But we've already had over 400 responses, and our goal is 2,000. So please do participate in that. So now that there's actually an audience, which there hasn't been for a number of years, I want to ask a question I always like to ask. Who in this room, by show of hands, is looking forward to aging? Okay. Okay. So who is planning to die young? Okay. So what needs to be different about our community or our society so that you are actually looking forward to aging? Because newsflash, if you are not planning to die young, you are going to get old. And what's the point of curing cancer and getting COVID vaccines and all of these things if it's not so that we can actually have a long life that we look forward to? We have the opportunity to take advantage of the longevity dividend, which benefits all of us when we live longer, healthier lives. And people who have positive attitudes about aging live on average 7.5 years longer than people with negative attitudes about aging. And those are happier, healthier years. So I just encourage all of you to think about, again, what needs to be different in our community so that we all look forward to what we used to think of as the golden years. The more we stay engaged, connected, and contributing to our communities as we age, the better off we all are.
So I just have a couple of things to add to that, and that was a great segue because this year's theme for Older Americans Month is Aging Unbound, which challenges us to break away from old stereotypes about what it means to age and getting old and feeling irrelevant. That's no longer the case. Aging Unbound encourages us to embrace change, having time to try new things, take the time to understand how much we've learned, grown, and appreciate our mentors. And it gives us time to create relationships by trying new things, by volunteering, by participating on boards, councils, and getting involved in community activities. So what Chris was just talking about is what this year's theme is all about. At 64, I am looking forward to at least 30 more years. So, and that'll give me time to do whatever I want to do. That's what Aging Unbound is all about. So I'm grateful to this body. I'm grateful to be working with Chris. And thank you for recognizing the value of older citizens in this community, many of whom are choosing to work, volunteer, speak out, and participate. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up, to round out our proclamations this morning, we are presenting a proclamation to our Mental Health Board members. And I'm going to turn it over to our representative on the Mental Health Board to introduce our guest this morning.
As a proud Mental Health Board member, it's great to see our chair, Robert Palmer. Stand up, Robert, real quick. There you are. Vice Chair and past Chair, Christine Hatia. And our staff leading the charge is Cassandra Eslami, Deputy HHSA Director in charge of Behavioral Health. Great to see you. I get to see their commitment to service at least once a month, and they're fantastic people.
Thank you and welcome. One of the things that we invest here in Napa County, and I want to point out, there are requirements that we have to meet by the state, but then there are commitments that we choose to take on. And one of the things that this board has chosen to take on is to invest into the mental health of our community. We know that the last few years, they feel like dog years, have been a struggle for many, especially in the mental health space. Another thing that we have done more recently is to really start looking at how we frame mental health, that it is a holistic issue, a behavioral health issue, and not just one of the mind. And it is through the work and commitment of our Mental Health Board and the work that you do in the community that has helped to bring us to this point where we can honestly say that we are doing well in this space. We always need to do more, but it's the work that we can actually be proud of when we're talking to our counterparts across the state. So I want to start with that and thank you, read a few recitals, and invite you to join us for the presentation of the proclamation. Whereas, pardon me, whereas people often face stigma related to mental health challenges and may feel isolated and alone, so go years before receiving help and thus creating a, pardon me, and thus greater public awareness about mental health can change attitudes and behaviors. And whereas it is critical that we create a community in Napa County wherein everyone feels comfortable seeking support and prioritizing their mental health and well-being. Whereas we encourage friends, relatives, neighbors, and all people in our community to learn the signs, support those who are struggling, and assist them in seeking services available. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that this Board of Supervisors on the 2nd of May does hereby proclaim May 2023 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Napa County. We call on all members of the community, private businesses, nonprofit groups, clubs, and associations to be an ally for individuals with mental health, illness, and take action to strengthen the mental health of our community. Above all, let us collectively ensure that all children and adults experiencing mental health challenges are treated with compassion, respect, and understanding they deserve. Thank you very much. Join us.
Thank you, Board and Chairperson Ramos, in proclaiming May as Mental Health Awareness Month. It is an honor to represent Health and Human Services Agency alongside Mental Health Advisory Board members Robert Palmer and Christine Hataga, along with our agency director, Jennifer Yasumoto. Throughout the last few years, and more so coming out of the pandemic, people are aware of the impact associated with untreated mental health disorders. Even some of the most resilient people many of us know experience mental health symptoms associated with the pandemic effects of isolation and trauma related to grief and loss. Current data shows us that 2 in 5 adults endorse symptoms of anxiety or depression, while 2 in 5 teens endorse symptoms of persistent hopelessness or sadness, which has led to suicide being the second leading cause of death for people aged 10 to 14 years old. Supporting May as Mental Health Awareness Month encourages each of us to support one another in accessing resources or professional help to discuss signs and symptoms associated with mental illness. Mental health concerns are treatable. Every day, people achieve wellness and recovery through mental health treatment. This month is an opportunity for us to support one another in normalizing access to mental health care. Together, through destigmatizing mental illness and bringing attention to mental health awareness, which is a core component to our overall health, we can all support the broader mission of Health and Human Services Agency to serve our community and support its health and well-being.
I would like to add one comment to this. I wanted to tell you all that I'm very grateful to live in a community where our leaders recognize the importance of mental health and commit county funds to the division. That's not true in every county in California, and I really appreciate that you, as a Board of Supervisors, does support us. Thank you.
A quick last word. We're very grateful as on the Mental Health Board to have the opportunity to participate in the county's efforts to serve this very vulnerable group. Mental Health Awareness Week is a chance for us all to recommit to the effort to support and educate both the community and to find solutions for those in need. On a personal note, but I'm sure I speak for Christine and the rest of the board, I do want to thank Brian Gregory and Cassandra Eslami for their consistent and energetic and essential participation in the work of our board. They add that to schedules that are already too crammed, but they never miss, and they're always a major source of information and help. Thank you again for this recognition and your support.
Thank you very much. That concludes this celebration of everything in May. And we are now going to go back for approval of our minutes. We have one set of minutes for April 18th.
So move.
Second.
Okay, I will take public comment on the minutes. Seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. We have a motion by Supervisor Pedrosa, second by Supervisor Gregory. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Do we have any department head reports or announcements this morning?
Yes, we do, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask Amanda Gibbs, the Director for Probation, to introduce a short video about the juvenile hall for the board's pleasure.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Ramos and members of the board. My name is Amanda Gibbs. I'm the Chief Probation Officer for Napa County. I am pleased to be here today and report on the outstanding work of the Napa County probation employees in juvenile probation's first ever open house. Over the past year, our department has been embarking on the critical work of examining ways to reinvent services to meet the needs of every youth that we serve by researching and identifying all resources in our community that can support and assist our youth and families in their journey to success. We believe in collaboration, innovation, creativity, and connection. We know that working together with our community will produce greater opportunities for youth and families, and we are steadfast in opening new pathways and opportunities. We are committed to contributing to a safe and thriving community and improving the well-being of those we serve. On April 13th of this year, we opened our doors for the very first time to our community to connect and provide education on the complex and diverse work of probation through vignettes highlighting various programs and services delivered by our employees. We also received information from attendees on new opportunities to partner and connect in service of our youth. The feedback received was overwhelmingly positive, and the work of probation, it is meaningful and vast. We prioritize and focus on prevention and diversion for youth to help them grow and develop outside of the juvenile justice system when at all possible. I would like to thank Linda Ong, the Public Information Officer, for capturing some of the highlights of this day, from the peer court program that diverts youth out of the juvenile justice system and provides education to almost all 8th graders in the county of Napa, to our partnership with the Napa County Superior Court and other programs and services offered in the department. It is hoped that this video will serve to provide community education and awareness, as well as invite new partnerships with organizations that can support our youth. I'd like to play the short video now. Madam Clerk, will you please play the video?
Right now, you are in the Napa County Juvenile Hall.
So this is Napa County Probation's first ever open house, and we're so excited to invite everyone in the community in to see what we do. We know we can be a mystery at times, and it's really important for us to let our community know the amazing work that we're doing to really capture the hearts and minds of the youth and families that we serve.
We provide several different programs within the juvenile hall, from cognitive behavioral programs. We have several community partners that come in. We have a library and a juvenile hall garden and a culinary program within the juvenile hall.
Probation is a really interesting balance of rehabilitation work and accountability, and we are able to provide youth and families a really balanced way to look at their life through a new lens.
Here in the investigations unit, it is our job to inform the court of all of the information they need to make a determination as to which form of probation would be best for them and what their terms and conditions should look like.
We're in our juvenile courthouse facility, a single courtroom where we hear juvenile justice issues.
I am the program director for Peer Court. Probation sends cases to me for first-time, very low-level violations of the law by a minor. When they successfully complete Peer Court, they have no record.
Probation believes that these youth are our community's youth. It does take a village to raise a single child. And today's goal is to really look at the village that we have here in Napa County and to make sure that we are tapping into every available resource.
This county is just amazing. I am so pleased to work here.
I love it. I've worked with teenagers for 35 years. It's my passion.
The most rewarding part of probation truly is changing lives. So in closing, I would like to thank the board for your unwavering commitment to the work of the probation department to truly save lives. I also want to let the public know that you can find this video on the County of Napa website at www.countyofnapa.org. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One, for really taking a new and innovative way to share what we do through juvenile probation. That is incredible. Having been an attorney mentor for Peer Court, I can speak highly of just the way in which that second chance is truly a second chance, and that is what probation is all about. So thank you so much for sharing that. And we look forward to, we know there are many changes coming down, forced upon us through the juvenile justice system, and we look forward to seeing the creative ways and we can continue to serve our community, especially our juveniles. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Morrison, is that it for department head reports and announcements?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, we do not have any consent items for our special districts. We do have consent items 7A through T on our regular agenda. Any questions on that?
Second.
Okay, so we will take public comment on all items on our consent calendar. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. I'll bring it back to the board. We have a motion by Supervisor Pedrosa, second by Supervisor Cottrell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Now, next we will have public comment. This is public comment for non-agendized matters within the board's jurisdiction and for special districts.
Good morning. Here I am, an adult, aging by the numbers. Supervisors, thank you so much for allowing me to be heard. My name is Renee Acosta, and I have owned a home in Napa County since 2012. I pay taxes and am a contributor to the well-being of our community, volunteering for the Salvation Army, Napa Valley Performing Arts Foundation, co-chair Silverado Firewise Council, hosting nonpartisan meetings of politically important topics, and as a donor to numerous causes. I have always believed that government serves the people. Because the county failed to issue a notice of violation after inspecting 1730 Milton Road that was actively listed for sale, I face unbearable costs without a nail being driven. A whopping total to date of $123,000, $33,000 of which is in permit fees, including $12,100 in penalties for work I did not complete. Let me be clear, we are talking about 528 square feet of existing space. The fees break down to $62.91 per square foot. In what world are the efforts of the planning and building departments earning this? I was told there is no provision for staff to waive penalties. Respectfully, I believe the Board of Supervisors does have that power and hope you will look favorably upon my situation. No wonder people in the county don't apply for permits. It is obviously more cost-effective to pay penalties for non-permitted work. During the 370 days it has taken to obtain a permit, the cost of building materials has increased 8.5%, and inflation is 10.9%, increasing my costs further. The planning and building department delays are legendary, and you have before you my saga in excruciating detail. I guess two most egregious things: I had to submit 7 FOIA requests to get an accurate request returned to me, and my initial permit was filed more than a year ago. My first phone call was to Mr. Morrison on April 22nd, 2022. The county has consistently been very slow at every juncture. In closing, personally, I am facing financial ruin at the age of 74, not because I was careless, irresponsible, or negligent, rather because every time the county takes weeks to respond or provides erroneous information, it costs me money. Many of the costs were avoidable had the county communicated with timely, knowledgeable, and accurate information. As far as I can tell, the planning and building departments do not do the actual work. It is outsourced, and we all know how consultants make their money. Working on my payroll are a contractor and architect, 2 engineers, and attorneys, all of whom are licensed and known to the county. Why are they second-guessed?
Ms. Acosta, we do have this, and what I will do is I will work with staff to get a response and have someone contact you. Thank you. Any other speakers for public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. We are just for situational awareness, we're going to try and not skip our brains a lot too much, so we're going to move some items around on the agenda so we can stay on theme. The first item we will be taking up this morning is 11B. The sheriff requests a number of actions in accordance with California State Bill Assembly Bill 481 and Napa County Ordinance number 1476. It's review of the sheriff's policy number 704 on military equipment and annual military equipment report, and approval of an authorization for continued use of certain law enforcement equipment. And as you settle in, We have our sheriff, Oscar Ortiz, joining us, our Lieutenant Edelman. Got it. And I do believe is there a PowerPoint for this one? Not this one. Okay.
Test. Okay, good. Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors, members of the public. Oscar Ortiz here for our annual 481 presentation. So this is a mandate from a bill passed in 2021. I have with me today Lieutenant Kyle Edelman, who is available to help me along some of the tactical equipment questions, if any arise. Just by way of history, Assembly Bill 481 was born passed into law in 2021, and it was born from community concerns across the country and in California. Initially, very much focused on the U.S. Department of Defense 1033 program, which is a federal government program from the United States military where surplus equipment is made available to local governments and law enforcement agencies. As the bill was amended and went through the different hearings, it really became apparent that it was more about the 1033 program, which the Sheriff's Office does not participate in, and really about things that could be deemed, quote, military. So there was a lot of conversation after the bill was signed by chiefs of police and sheriffs, because on the one hand, we would say that none of our equipment is military equipment. It's all 100% law enforcement equipment. And certainly none of it here in Napa is from the Sheriff's Office, is from that 1033 program. As we reviewed the hearings and some of the discussions and the concerns from the community, I think the legislative intent was, although hazy on what qualifies, certainly it was beyond the scope of just a 1033 program. Then it was decide what do we decide to call, quote, military for the purposes of this annual hearing, and specifically for the purposes of the ordinance that we brought to the board last spring of 2022. So the ordinance was brought in a second reading, and then now every year going forward, we will be coming to the board with our report. Our policies are all available online. Our list and our inventory is also, it's been available online since last year. And if we have new equipment, we certainly publish that as well. What I would say before I open up for any questions is, again, everything we have has a policy and has a training attached to it. We have a culture at the Sheriff's Office. Nobody picks up a piece of equipment to use it unless they've been trained on it. And we have a policy that is compliant with the law. A lot of the items you see on the list this year, it's pretty much the same list as last year, have to do with the Special Weapons and Tactics, or commonly known as the SWAT team. And a lot of the tools and resources on that list also have to do with having resources and tools available to us in the unfortunate circumstance where we may have an unruly or riotous crowd. So the word crowd management comes from the manufacturer. So a lot of these items are for crowd management, but we have an 8-page policy about assemblies and demonstrations. And we've seen some of those here in Napa County, and none of those rose to the level of riot. None of those, our community is a very good community. We haven't had buildings burned down or projectiles thrown at items or at officers, or any kind of violent behavior like we might see in the news in other communities. That being said, we are required as the Sheriff's Office to have the ability to respond if something like that were to happen. So we want to have those tools and resources if we need them. And we certainly, if we need them, we want to have them, and we hope to never need them. So I like to tell a story. I was never a SWAT operator growing up in the Sheriff's Office. I was always a hostage negotiator. So in diffusing and talking to people that are barricaded or taken hostage, or some kind of high tense situation where the SWAT team was also there, ready for a tactical solution, there was those of us on the negotiator side who worked closely, and I would jokingly tell my partners on the SWAT team, my job is to make your job boring. My job is to keep you kind of, where you don't have to do anything, and we get a peaceful resolution. So that's true of everything. We have, again, a very well-trained and well-equipped crowd control team, if you will. And we have had demonstrations, and fortunately, we have never needed them. That's not to say they weren't ready. We protect people's right to demonstrate, and we want them to be safe when they do, and we've seen examples of that in recent history. With that, again, this is our annual routine, if you will, requirement for us, and we're here to present our list. And the only thing I would add, the only new thing to our list, which is debatable whether it qualifies or not, but we'd rather just report it, our marksman team on the SWAT team has a newly acquired bolt-action rifle. Other than that, it's the same list as last year's report.
Thank you. Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to Sheriff Ortiz. He and I had a conversation yesterday afternoon. I wanted to review this a little bit more with him and talk about the crowd control issues. And great to hear we have that really extensive policy, very, very important, and just want to be sure that people have access to see that if they need to. So if there's ways we can make that available, I know I'd like to check it out, and there may be other people in the community who would like to do that also.
Thank you, Supervisor Gallagher. Actually, all our policies are available to the public on the website. Nobody really goes to websites anymore, admittedly. I will forward the link to the policy book to you, Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank
and then we are going to do some social media posts about an upcoming item later today in our annual report. And then we'll certainly can reference the link to our policies there as well.
Great. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Pedrosa.
Thank you, Chair Ramos, and to the Sheriff and everyone. Look, these are the tools that you don't want to ever use, but we need to be ready. And I remember the first experience when I was a council member when we had Bottle Rock, and we were trying to understand how do we respond to 40,000 people, 50,000 people. But the way that you all did it in terms of not being visible but being there really showed me not just your policies but the culture of your department. And to me that is so important in terms of it's not just the tools, it's what you all choose to do every day and how you conduct yourself and how do you keep our community safe. So I see this as something that we never want to use, but if we need to, it's there. But it's more about the people that are the ones making these decisions, and to me it's the culture that you all have done that have really made me feel comfortable and confident about providing you the tools to be able to do your jobs.
Thank you.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff and Lieutenant Edelman, for being here today. I was also reading through this. I mean, I think, first of all, I appreciate the policy of transparency, that having those policies online, having that equipment list online. So I'd love to get that link too. I think that would be useful. So just some observations. I noticed that, as you point out, crowd control is mentioned in several places. I think 6 different items had that. So for me, understanding exactly what you said, that, by law, the Sheriff's Office is required to be ready to respond. So I think more going forward, understanding, is it 6 different ways we're looking at, or sort of the depth of those options, was just one comment. And then what does the data tell us about the efficacy of this kind of equipment? Because there's also, there can be kind of the sense of the arms race of so anyway, I'm interested in what the data tells you about the use of this equipment, and it's good to hear what you're saying, that it's things that have not been used in the county thus far. So those are a couple observations and questions.
Yeah, and I think that we really need to differentiate. It's easy to use a catch-all term like crowd control, but if it's a peaceful assembly, then there's no place for any of this, right? And so that's part of our culture, to Supervisor Pedrosa's point. As far as use, it's more than just those scenarios or barricaded suspects or SWAT scenarios. Again, our culture, everything that's used is used with training and with policy behind it. And the ultimate goal, unlike any kind of military goal, is the saving of lives and protection of our community. So as an example, a few of these tools that are on this list were used a week ago in Santa Helena to peacefully make an apprehension and arrest at incident in a tree tunnel that could have escalated, could have been, could have ended violently or dangerously. But because of the amount of tools in our toolbox and the amount of training, we were able to bring those resources to Santa Helena Police Department, a much smaller agency, and effect a peaceful arrest with no injuries to anybody on in a felony situation. So that's just one recent example of having as many tools in the toolbox available, and then that way the leadership, whoever's running that incident, can say this is the best tool for this incident to bring, again, a peaceful resolution is always the goal.
Thanks. Supervisor Gregory.
Not much to add, but to make a motion to accept the report and approve and authorize the Sheriff's Department for the continued use of certain law enforcement equipment.
Second.
Thank you. I will now open public comment on this item. Seeing none, I'll close public comment and I'll bring it back to the board. We have a motion by, I'll just say thank you. I think the work that has been done initially through the ordinance to have this as an annual report, we appreciate the forthrightness and certainly forwarding those policies and making sure that those come available with the annual report coming next. That would be great. Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Gregory, second by Supervisor Pedrosa. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And you cannot leave, Sheriff. The next item we will be taking up is item 13C. Item 13C, we are going to receive a presentation from the sheriff on the Napa County Sheriff's Office 2022 Annual Report.
Thank you, Chair, Supervisors again. This next item is our annual report. This is our second one in my administration, and something that we did when I was at American Canyon, and we actually did here at the Sheriff's Office several years ago, and we brought it back last year. So the 2022 annual report is really our opportunity to tell a little bit of our 2022 story. But we have so many wonderful things that your deputies have done in our community, and so many teams and bureaus and highlights for 2022 that a true representation of a 2022 annual report would probably be a couple hundred pages, which we do not want to do. So we went through a difficult process of kind of making some highlights and picking a few cases and putting together a report that is a smaller package, taking a little bit of page from actually Napa County's annual report, which is a very brief report because it's really impossible to highlight everything the county does. Moving forward, as we do annual reports, we will rotate different specialty assignments, different bureaus of specialty teams to highlight in our annual report process. Next slide, please. The annual report, a lot of times people want to know what's going on with crime, right? That's the headline. Where are we at? Is crime up? Is crime down? Is crime out of control? Those are the narratives. Those are the headlines, and that's what people want to know. And looking on our data comparing 2021 to 2022, I think the best way to describe it is things are relatively flat. So then it becomes a conversation of half empty or half full. What we're seeing around the state sometimes can be pretty pessimistic, and so a glass half full approach would be that flatlining is actually a win, right? And just depending on the perspectives, we always want to see, however, crime tick down. That's our preference. But if our number of arrests is up slightly, if you look at that upper left corner box, our calls for service is down slightly. But for the most part, things are relatively stable. The bottom statistical box, that's the uniform crime reporting statistics that are reported to the State Department of Justice. And again, the statistical difference is really not very relevant. Things are relatively the same from 2021 to 2022. So next slide, please. So the Sheriff's Office is broken up into 3 divisions. One division is American Canyon, our contract with the City of American Canyon. So there's a captain and lieutenant that run that division. The previous slide was our operations division. That's all your patrol functions and detective functions. And then the other division is the civil coroner side of the house. So this slide shows some of what we're seeing in that division of the Sheriff's Office, the civil process, the enforcement arm of the civil courts in Napa County, as well as the coroner bureau. Of note, I think it'll jump out at you if you look at the chart on the civil process statistic on the left. Is evictions posted, evictions completed. That's a significant, it looks like a very big jump. That's actually pretty easy to explain if you consider the moratorium on evictions in 2020, and then going into 2021, some of the amazing work that county staff and our local nonprofits in Napa County did to assist families in need with back rent really bought us some even more time to the tune of over $12 million of resources to our local community for back rents. And so what we're seeing in 2022, that jump, actually it's kind of returning to the normal. So pre-COVID numbers is in the 230s. While it looks like a big jump from 95 to 240 or 92 to 220 evictions, it's actually, we're returning to pre-COVID numbers. So, next slide, please. In the annual report, there's a few highlight cases. This is probably the most difficult part of putting together an annual report, keeping it brief, because there's so many significant cases that we want to highlight to our community of some of the work done to keep our community safe. So there's a few more in the publication on this slide. There's just a couple examples. You may remember about a year ago, May of 2022, there was a series of residential burglaries in the Western Hills. So specifically, Supervisor Gregory in your district, and Supervisor Cottrell in your district. They all had the similar modus operandi. The burglar in that case was really looking for firearms and actually successfully stole firearms. The thing about residential burglaries is it's an incredibly traumatizing and invasive thing to happen to somebody, to have their home broken into, their things gone through. So we do more than just a case number for insurance purposes, like oftentimes happens in very busy agencies. We're well resourced in Napa County that we can dedicate detectives and crime scene work to do more than just give somebody a cold report, but to actually follow up and investigate. It took a while, but in that case, that burglar got sloppy eventually, and we were able to make a fingerprint, which kicked off an investigation and eventual search warrants and an arrest of an individual who has since then been convicted and was sentenced to 14 years in state prison. Very proud of that case. I think it gives our community a sense of safety, and we want people to know that if your house gets broken into, it's something we're going to take very seriously. Another significant case that's on this slide, again, there's others in the actual publication, is a case where we had information that there was somebody trafficking drugs and firearms in our community. And through some excellent detective work by your deputies, there's an eventual search warrant, half a pound of methamphetamine seized, over 3,000 rounds of ammunition, and several firearms seized, evidence of drug for sales. Again, these are just two. There's a few more highlights, and there's more that didn't make the publication because the men and women at the Sheriff's Office are well-resourced, well-trained, and constantly trying to keep us all safe. So I want to thank them for that. Next slide, please. So speaking of the men and women of the Sheriff's Office, recruitment and retention is a challenge in law enforcement across the nation and across California and even here in Napa County. Thanks to some efforts and some support from this board, actually, to staff for 3 police academy trainee positions in addition to our regular allocation of sworn positions, because between the time somebody is hired to go to the academy and the time they actually help our staffing where they can pick up a shift, it's roughly about a year. And in that year, somebody's bound to retire or leave our agency as well. So it's one of those 2 steps forward, 3 step back scenarios. And so last year in the budget process, this board approved us to recruit for police academy trainee positions over our allocation in anticipation of retirements. and that allowed us to stay aggressive. And actually, Lieutenant Edelman is a big part of that program to constantly recruit. Happy to report we were able to hire 13 deputy sheriffs or deputy sheriff trainees in 2022, and so that is a success. That's a very big number, and that did not go without a lot of rolling up the sleeves and hard work. We did 2 retirements, injuries, transfers to other organizations. We did lose 11, so it's a net +2. Again, we're in a glass half empty, half full kind of conversation. I like to look at it as half full because we're at +2 instead of -2, which is what we've seen sometimes when we're not as aggressive. We continue at that pace, and we continue to test and recruit. And you've probably seen some ads in the newspaper to put people in academy. We have several employees in various police academies as we speak, and that is the plan going forward. Until we get to full staffing. The one thing we won't do is lower our hiring standards. So that is not going to change. That just means that Lieutenant Edelman is going to work twice as hard because the pool of applicants is half as big as it used to be. But our peace officer standards of training hiring dimensions demonstrated on this slide are just a few of the things that we're looking for in our candidates. A shameless plug, if you know anybody that wants to get into law enforcement, we are hiring all the time, so let them know. We also have professional staff. These are our records clerks, our evidence folks, and we're able to hire 5. Similar to the sworn side, we're +2 on that because we did lose some to retirement. Next slide, please. With hiring this many new people and having this many employees, and it's really to the earlier agenda item on AB 481, training is something that culturally our organization's always been very focused on. It's been very important to us at the Sheriff's Office, and it continues to be moving forward, and more so moving forward with this many newer employees. We train for every scenario, whether it's high-risk things like firearms or driving, and everything we do from a lens of it's not all going to end that way. And the more you train, the more competent and the more confidence you are in the different skill sets, the more likely you are to never need them because of that level of training and that level of confidence. So I can tell you the 1,500 hours of firearms training are always going to have a component of, as I mentioned in the prior presentation, de-escalation, diffusing. Let's hope we don't need it. Same thing with our defensive tactics training. And in the next 2 years, we are in a cycle of perishable skills training where our staff are currently doing their first aid, their defensive tactics, their driver training to stay up on their skills. But we do far above the state minimums. Actually, to the earlier slide, when we do get laterals from other agencies and we ask them, hey, what made you choose to come work at the Napa Sheriff's Office? This comes up quite a bit. It's like we hear that you guys really support training and do a lot of training, and that's why we want to come to Napa County. So that is kind of a recruitment tool for us we're finding. Next slide, please. One of our teams that many of you or all of you are familiar with is our problem-oriented policing program. So we have our in the Valley and unincorporated Napa County, we have 4 patrol teams, and our 5th team is the POP team. And this is the team that oftentimes you'll see at community events, setting up a table, doing outreach. They were actually at the Vine Trail outreach event for locomotion on Sunday. They also present presentations, classes to county departments and other companies in our jurisdiction that we serve in the area of active shooter. It's kind of not a happy, rosy presentation to do, but one that's necessary. So they do that for our community. They did 14 in 2022. The deputies assigned to the POP team also have specialized training in the area of drug endangered children investigations, so DEC. And those DEC investigations are very sensitive investigations where children, where we need to get child welfare services involved to remove children from drug endangered conditions or situations where their safety is in danger because of drug use and addiction in their household. Oftentimes that is the catalyst or the trigger to get parents to really hit their rock bottom and start seeking the treatment, so that the ultimate goal is a healthy reunification of those families so that everybody can be healthy, including mom and dad. The other thing that I think is not well publicized because of the humility of the deputies assigned to the POP team, they actually take the lead in the logistical planning for National Night Out in Napa. So the last few years it's been at the Walmart parking lot on Lincoln in the city of Napa, but the lead organization putting that large event together is our POP program or our POP teams, and I'd like to recognize them for that. And speaking of recognizing, next slide please. One of the sources of pride that I think you all can have, and certainly I have, is some of the awards and accomplishments of individual, they would be mad, the deputies would be mad at me for using this word, but I'll say it, heroics. The first picture there on the left with the American Canyon officers. In 2022, there was a major injury collision on Interstate 80 involving a two-officer unit of the California Highway Patrol from the Solano office. The proximity to American Canyon, those officers responded, provided first aid, coordinated a medevac helicopter rescue, and ultimately helped. Both those CHP officers are recovering and lived, and it's large part due to the efforts of those officers. So they were recognized, and the area captain at the time showed up to that recognition for those officers. The middle picture on the left, Deputy James Hartley. You may have seen some social media posts. He's working patrol, Marine Patrol in Lake Berryessa. There was a drowning victim. Deputy Hartley jumped into the water head first, found the drowning victim several feet underwater, brought him up to the surface. CPR was administered, and they saved that person's life. And so that was something that he was recognized for in 2022. The other two deputies in that picture, Deputies Solis and Sergeant Hernandez, this was during the holidays, just before the end of the year. An individual from our community went to the Imola Bridge and jumped in the Napa River in an effort to take their own life. I know we had a proclamation regarding mental health earlier today. By happenstance, by luck, or by divine intervention, both Deputy Solis and Sergeant Hernandez were in the area. They responded. They jumped into the water. Commandeered a canoe that just happened to be moored there. Again, coincidence or not, but they paddled out to where the jumper had landed in the river, brought her onto the ship, unconscious, not breathing, administered CPR, and then got her to paramedics, where she was then taken to Queen of the Valley Hospital. The amazing work of the hospital staff there. That person survived. That day, when these two deputies were recognized for their life-saving award, the family and the jumper, the patient, were there, and their comments and the hug and embrace that that patient had with Sergeant Hernandez specifically is one that I'll remember long into my elder years. That was a very special moment. And the other one there on the right is Deputy Schiavone. He was recognized for a state award. He and actually Deputy Hartley. And that was a boating accident with a prop cut that was very severe bleeding. We mentioned training a couple of slides ago. The bleeding control training that they have through the Napa Sheriff's Office contributed to, well, did save the life of that patient as they were medevac to a local hospital. As a matter of fact, Under Sheriff Dodd was going to be here with me today, but he is out of county right now because Deputy Schiavone and Deputy Ringo, who was the other deputy involved in that life-saving effort, are meeting the patient today who lived, and her unborn child, because she was pregnant, also lived. And today they're being reunified, and which should be a good moment. And that's where the undersheriff is today, so to accompany them for that. So again, we could make this a very long annual report with some of the work that the deputies do, but I do want to highlight and end on that note, and I will open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Sheriff. Supervisor Gregory.
Thank you very much. You just instilled so much faith and confidence in your department when you come share with us. Great talking this morning with one of your lieutenants who was a...
You'll need to unlock your iPad first.
who was a fellow I went to school with and grew up in the same street here in Napa. So just to feel a kinship in some ways. But also want to recognize the great relationship we have with you and that you have with corrections and probation. I wouldn't say it's rare, but when we talk to colleagues across the state, it's not always the case. So I appreciate that we have that. I've seen some fairly creative and aggressive recruiting tools lately. San Francisco Police Departments is really interesting if you've seen those commercials. And I think Cocoa County has done some stuff that's sort of out of the box. Have you considered that as we continue to struggle with recruitment?
We have, and when we have our gatherings of candidate pools, when people come, you know, I'd like to tell you that, well, we're doing them about once a month, but those numbers went from, you know, 30, 40 candidates to less than 10, as we're all competing for the same resource around the region. But we always ask, how did you learn? How did you find out about us? And it's different, you know, it's an age of internet, so it's different search engines of, hey, who's hiring for cops? But what I can tell you is a lot of them then do their own homework. They know somebody, they grew up with somebody, one of our deputies, and they ask questions, and then that's a large part of how we get people to apply to us specifically, is kind of because of what they've heard. But yeah, there's a lot of signing bonuses programs, and we have one that's relatively small comparatively, but people don't come here for bonuses. They come here for environment, for a supportive community, for a culture, for the training, as I mentioned earlier. So it's not really a chasing the money. It's more of a work conditions is what we're seeing.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you, Sheriff, and thank you for a great report. This is really enjoyable to read and super informative, and such great work. This made me think, when you were talking about burglaries and people primarily looking for firearms, it brought up in my mind the safe storage ordinance that St. Helena passed recently, and I'd love to see if that's something that maybe we could look at. You know, admittedly, that is something that officers don't go out and look for violators, but it's a really great tool for education about to make sure that people are safely storing their weapons and locking them up and everything, and thinking that could potentially be a tool for us in, you know, deterring people from or they just won't find the weapons unlocked and, you know, around the house, whatever. So just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you.
Supervisor Pedrosa.
Thank you very much. My iPad's unlocked now, apparently. Good. So, you know, Sheriff Ortiz, picking up where Supervisor Gregory left off, the recruitment, I'm very interested in that, but you're right, we're competing with everyone, right? So in terms of what we can do different, you know, one of the things that I think it was a great program when it was around legacy, working with at-risk youth, going into the schools. Is there anything that we can do differently to create internships or to create exposure, whether it's in the high schools or the colleges, where you're getting out ahead of everyone else? Because you're right, someone that is going to Napa, I think it's a different choice because of the culture, the history of this department you and others have built. But what can we do differently in that space?
Well, Captain Greenberg in our American Canyon is starting an Explorer program, working on starting that up as we speak. We do kind of a high school internship quick program at the Sheriff's Office. But I think it's going to take a bigger farm system than that to be competitive. Those are good starts, but really, when, you know, using a baseball analogy, a bigger farm system in terms of some kind of job classification that has pay attached to it, so that we can grab that young person, really steal them from the Starbucks job, if you will, and bring them into our department, so that we have them earlier. They have to be 21 to be a deputy sheriff. Ideally, they're a little bit older than 21. But if we can get our hooks into them prior to 21 through a smaller job, then I think that is a good tool that other agencies are using. And, you know, certainly appreciate the question, because it's something I can introduce in future budget years to this board, because it has dollar signs attached to it as well.
No, and I appreciate the, you know, the candidness in that. But I think it's also an educational opportunity, Sheriff, of going out to the schools, talking about what it is to be in law enforcement and so forth. So it's another touch point. You're right, we do need a bigger farm system, but being able to do that, you know, one of the things that fire has an advantage on is, you know, they look at paramedics, and paramedics sometimes are a great feeder system. You don't have that, right? So you're having to kind of create your feeder system. So again, talking to schools, I think, is a great thing. And then just in terms of the stats, you know, those of us, you know, we all get to talk to different counties, and you hear about some of the issues. The fact that you have this report, and it shows what the men and women are doing to keep our community safe. We can't take that for granted. So you're right, it does put some resources are needed to produce this, but it's also the good people that put on the uniform every day. And that's why we can't lower the bar in terms of who comes and works for us, but we do need to provide you the resources to do that. But we also need to make those investments in that next generation of folks that want to be law enforcement, and that requires money, and that's something I'm willing to kind of provide some resources to. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair Ramos, and thank you both for this presentation. It's great to just understand more. And again, just on the point about having the data, I think that's really helpful. For me, you know, it will be a year over year, right, to see where things go. I think that's really helpful for the community too, and just acknowledging these are the numbers they are. And like Supervisor Pedroza was saying, it allows for conversations about how we're doing versus other communities too, which, as you point out, we're very fortunate in so many areas. I just wanted to kind of reference the tour that, as a new supervisor, I got to do with Supervisor Gallagher, and the fact that we got to meet so many different divisions of your team, and just the observation of what a high functioning and cohesive group it is, where people have different missions within the organization, but there's so much respect and, you know, sense of pride in one's work, which is huge in terms of culture. So kudos to you for building that and keeping that going. So I think that was the only comment, I guess, specifically to that, you know, doing a ride along out to meet folks in Berryessa, understanding the department's support for staying physically and mentally healthy. I think that's also going to serve keeping those numbers, your numbers, where you want them to be too, and keeping people for a long tenure. And the other piece, just as we're kind of brainstorming, you know, again, thinking about high schoolers, I think that's a great place to be able to get into the classroom, and just particularly with your background in the county, I think having people meet someone who has grown up here, has gone through schools here, that transition makes more sense. And I'm curious if there's anything through Napa Valley College, if there's a partnership there that might be worth exploring as well.
The Napa College has it's on suspension right now, but a criminal justice training center. They are evaluating that program, so it's self-imposed suspension. We are at the table with them on what rebranding and reinventing that program is going to look like, along with other stakeholders in the region. Other law enforcement agencies in the North Bay are at the table. Actually, Lieutenant Edelman is at the table to try to see, but really it's going to be the college's decision whether they're going to restart that or not. It's kind of a self-imposed timeout as they try to do things better, and if they can afford to do things better.
Got it. Thanks for that update.
Thank you. One thing I would just want to reemphasize, this report, it's one, very readable, and it's definitely highlights the work. My favorites are certainly the statistics, hearing that, because that is exactly what we are asked, especially when we're doing advocacy as we have in the last few weeks related to these very statistics. And thank you for the investment into training. You know, one of the things that is it makes it easy for us to do our jobs in the terms of advocacy at the state and federal level is when we're able to emphasize the amount of training that happens at the sheriff's department, which is absolutely it shows through on the statistics. It shows through on the sense of place and the sense of community that we have. So thank you very much. And that is the receipt of our annual report. Are there any other questions from the board? Seeing none, thank you. We have one quick item to take up. Next, I will bring up item 13A. The interim county executive officer requests introduction and intention to adopt an ordinance amending section 2.80.040, section 2.80.050.060, and chapter 2 4.80 of the Napa County Code. At this time, I will open the public hearing. Staff has requested that this item be continued until June 6, 2023. It will be noticed at 9 a.m. I will take public comment on this item. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. And now I'll entertain a motion for a continuance.
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Gregory, second by Supervisor Pedrosa. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And I did realize that I did not ask for public comment on the sheriff's annual presentation, so I will open public comment on that right now. Seeing none, I'll close public comment, and we will be taking a recess until 10:35. Thank you. Thank you. We're now back from our recess. The next item we will take up is item 11A. The interim county executive officer and clerk of the board requests reappointment to the following boards of the Association of Bay Area Governments. First is the General Assembly, delegate and alternate with no term end date. And the second is the executive board, representative and alternate with terms effective July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2025.
I think the floor is open for nominations.
Okay, I will say I am the board's representative on ABAG, have been for a number of years. It's been a pleasure to serve, and I do serve currently as the vice president of ABAG, and I am most definitely interested in continuing in that role. Currently, we have Supervisor Gregory as our General Assembly delegate. And so, do you wish to continue?
Well, what I'll say is the General Assembly meets at least once a year, sometimes twice. It's not a huge workload. It's a great way to kind of dip your toe into ABAG. I can't make this GA meeting coming up in June. I'll be out of town. So for that reason, I would be open to having somebody else take it on and get some experience with ABAG.
Or maybe you just continue and we get you an alternate because that wasn't.
That would be fine too.
Yeah. No.
There's.
Yes.
Was.
Yeah.
Oh. Yes.
Yeah. Supervisor Pedrosa is the alternate. So the other scenario is, I get a new alternate that can attend that day for me.
I'm happy to be either the delegate or the alternate, but if so maybe starting with as the alternate was a good way to go.
Okay, so let's go with first on the General Assembly. That sounds like a motion for Supervisor Gregory to be the delegate and Supervisor Cottrell to be the alternate, and that motion sounded like it came from Supervisor Gregory.
So moved.
And a second from Supervisor Cottrell.
Exactly.
Beautiful. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. The next one, the Executive Board.
And I'll move that Chair Ramos stay on as our rep, and I'd be happy to stay on as the alternate.
Second. Sounds good.
We have a motion by Supervisor Gregory, a second by Supervisor Cottrell for Ramos as rep and Gregory as alternate. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Our next item, we could tell him he was appointed to everything right now.
You're the new GA and ABAG rep.
Next item we will take on will be item 12A, In-Home Support Services Public Authority of Napa. The Authority Council requests approval of amending the Conflict of Interest Code for In-Home Support Services Public Authority. At this time, do we have a... Thank you.
Did not know that, but I am familiar with the item. So, Madam Chair, board members, you have an item before you to approve the Conflict of Interest Code, some amendments. There's a resolution before you to do so, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to try and answer them.
Thank you. At this time, I'll open the public hearing. Seeing no questions from the board, I'll take public comment. Public comment is open on matter 12A. Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board, closing the public hearing. And
So moved.
we have a motion by Supervisor Gregory, second by Supervisor Cottrell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Our next item, item 13B, the interim director of Planning, Building, and Environmental Services requests the chair hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution replacing the 2009 safety element with the 2023 safety element update. At this time, I'll open the public hearing. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members of the Board of Supervisors, Trevor Hawks, and I'll be presenting this item today. Do you have the? So I'll just briefly go over the agenda of the items I want to cover in today's presentation. We're going to look first just briefly at the purpose of today's hearing and staff's recommended action. After that, I'm going to go over the contents of the new updated safety element. After that, we'll look at the timeline of events that have taken place in this update, and then I'm also going to talk a little bit about how staff responded to comments and updated the safety element update as we received feedback both from agencies and the general public. So, staff's recommendation today is that the Board of Supervisors hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution replacing the 2009 safety element of the general plan with the 2023 safety element update. And just as a reminder, we don't have a CEQA document today with this. Part of this action has been going along also with the housing element update that the board heard back in January. The EIR for both of these general plan amendments was certified by the board back on January 24th, 2023. So the safety element is a chapter of the county's general plan that identifies public safety issues and needs anticipated to be of ongoing concern to people in Napa County. Purpose of the safety element update is to ensure that the county takes action to reduce natural and man-made hazards and safety threats, as well as respond quickly to any public safety incident. And pursuant to state law, the safety element must provide for the protection of the community from any unreasonable risk associated with the effects of seismic hazards, tsunamis and dam failure, slope instability, mudslides and landslides, subsidence, liquefaction, flooding, wildland and urban fires, and climate change. So I mentioned just cover a little bit more of the overview of this safety element update. I mentioned that this was done in conjunction with the housing element due to just different time schedules. It did branch off near the end. This new update also addresses newly adopted requirements related to hazards. It also updates based upon recent legislation that's required new additions to safety elements. So it has a climate vulnerability assessment, which was required under Senate Bill 379. It provides for scenarios and planning for emergency evacuation, which is required under Senate Bill 99 and AB 747. And you can find that in Appendix B of the safety element update. And finally, this update includes the goals, policies, and actions to address each hazard and increase the community's resilience to climate impacts. So I mentioned this is updating the 2009 safety element. You can see up on the screen that these were the categories of topics that we had in our 2009 safety element. And then with this update, we include 6 new topics for discussion. And those are agricultural disaster, climate change and adaptation, drought, emergency preparedness and evacuation planning, pandemic disease, and severe weather. All 12 of these categories you'll find in appendix. I do discuss this on pages 5, 7 of the staff report, but you'll also find fuller analysis in the existing conditions report, which is in appendix A of the safety element update. And finally, those discussion topics in the existing condition reports kind of informs the 9 goals and associated policies that we address which we use to address those topics. And those 9 goals are emergency preparedness, drought, geologic and seismic, disease and pandemic, wildfire, flooding, severe weather, hazards from human activities, and climate change and adaptation. So as I mentioned, we have 6 new sections in this safety element update compared to our existing safety element. Each new topic includes existing conditions, goals, and policies. And the topics that are kind of remaining over from our previous safety element reflect new data, state requirements, stakeholder, public input, and best practices. So I'm going to switch over and talk a little bit about the process, how we got this safety element in front of the board here. We started this, the stakeholder participation took place between February 2022 and September 2022. After that, the public draft document went out for public review, and we sent it out to outside agencies, everybody who kind of needs to look at safety element updates. November 16th, we held our first Planning Commission study session on the draft safety element update. And then between November 17th and December 30th, we made revisions to the draft. January 17th, we took the draft safety element to the Board of Forestry Resource Protection Committee hearing. And then just 2 weeks ago, two and a half weeks ago, the Planning Commission, Napa County Planning Commission held a public hearing on the final draft and recommended to the board to adopt the 2023 safety element update. Before I go on to the next slide, I'd like to just talk with the board or mention a few things about the Board of Forestry Resource Protection Committee hearing. It's really nice when you hear good things about a general plan update. So I'd just like to tell the board some of the things that the Resource Protection Committee said about this safety element update in that hearing. It was described, one committee member described it as a great evacuation plan. We were told that we had a progressive operations plan in this safety element. One committee member especially liked that our plan delves into, that our operations plan delves into recovery, which all jurisdictions could learn from. We got a commendation for an element that really looked and defined the most vulnerable in Napa County to disaster and didn't leave them behind. We received commendation for our policies on defensible space and retrofitting. They were described as very progressive. And then we also received accommodation from the committee members for policies SAF 1.7 and 1.8, which clearly defined self-sufficiency and self-reliance from the home, the individual, to the county level. And they also described that as something that other jurisdictions could take note from and use in their safety elements. So, really well, really good things said by the Resource Protection, or the Resource Protection Committee on this safety element when they heard it. Go ahead to the next slide. So, when the draft went out, we did receive comments from the general public and outside agencies. We received comments from the California Geological Survey, which included recommendations related to liquefaction and landslide and tsunami hazards. We received public comment on the county multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, wildland-urban interface areas, fire prevention, evacuation routes, and infrastructure improvements. During the first Planning Commission study session in November, there were questions and recommendations related to ingress and egress in new developments, agricultural threats, threats to drinking water, and aircraft hazards. And then before we went to the Resource Protection Committee, CAL FIRE provided us with a safety element checklist, which included recommendations for additional information, policy revisions, and implementation programs as they relate to mitigating wildfire risk and reducing the risk of wildfires. Go ahead. And so in response to that, staff reviewed policies in the draft for consistency. We sent out a copy of the draft to the Agricultural Commissioner for review and comment. We added a discussion on potential liquefaction and tsunamis as secondary hazards to earthquakes. We updated the definition of agriculture in the existing conditions report. We added a requirement for specific language to differentiate standards according to location, especially in our fire hazard severity zones in the WUI areas. We added policies related to minimum standards for ingress, egress, and we added a policy and action to prioritize capital improvements on evacuation or emergency access routes needing repair, maintenance, or replacement, especially in the WUI areas. And you'll find most of these revisions in attachment D of the staff packet. Last one. And then also in response to the CAL FIRE and Board of Forestry review of the safety element, staff updated our fire hazard severity maps indicating the locations of essential public facilities. We added policies to avoid or minimize the wildfire hazards associated with new uses of land. And we added policies to address the risk of fire for land classified as state responsibility areas and land classified as very high fire severity zones. And then finally, we edited policies to conform with specific statewide standards and regulations for fire and public safety. So that will do it for my presentation. I do want to mention that I'm joined today by our consultant team who have helped the county on this, Grace Nelson and Shannon Wages. Staff's recommendation is to adopt this update to the safety element. Conversely, if the board has questions or comments, maybe on revisions, I'd be happy to entertain them. We would appreciate any specific direction before you make a decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mr. Hawks, for the presentation. Wanted to ask a question, since I'm a newbie here, on the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. Tell me, why did the city of Napa not participate? Or does anybody know? It's the county and every other town.
Yes, I wasn't here, I think,
Yeah.
when the MGA, when
You
that
and me
was
both.
created, so I don't know the answer
So
to
I
that
guess
question.
I just wanted to know if anybody knew why.
There hasn't
they
been
were-
a history of that in the past, but there has been, the cities have indicated they are wanting to participate in a joint hazard mitigation plan for the next round. But
Oh, okay.
that just is not something that's been the city's practice in the past, but the door's certainly been open if they wanted to avail themselves of it.
Okay. It sounds like all the cities did participate before, except for the city of Napa. Okay. I was just curious what that was about. And the other just sort of overarching comment that I have is in terms of climate change and recommendations around human health, I think it would be really beneficial to have the public health department input. I don't know if that was received in previously, but I think that involving our public health department more now that we have the climate change piece would be really, really important, because I think we could bolster some of the human health issues, especially with, the heat and drought and whatnot. I know we have things like cooling centers and rebates for air conditioners and stuff, but I don't think we're really getting very far down the road with that.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair Ramos, and thank you, Mr. Hawks, for the presentation and just kind of walking through how we got here and the extensive process of updating this plan. So I am looking at, let's see, page 19 of 175, figure SAF 9, Napa County Fire Hazard Severity Zones. And that is, I'm wondering, because I know there's a new proposed map out, and which looks different than this one, and wondering how old this map is. I was trying to look back, to see when this map was produced, and the only date I could come up with was 2007. So I'm curious about that, and it's important which map we use, because then on SAF 21, the overlay tells us where, there are areas we need to look at. So can you walk me through the logic of the maps?
So I think we had that question come up on one of our public comments. I'm going to throw it up to our consultants on this. It may just be an item where, as we've developed this, it hadn't been officially, I believe it hadn't been officially adopted yet at the time. We could potentially, if it is in a final form, bring it into the safety element, I believe. Shannon or Grace, are you there?
Yeah, we're here. We have a note in the safety element now that the existing fire hazard map is old because the new layer is not yet publicly available. We did provide a link to it. I'd have to look, the existing one, I believe, is from the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, which was recently updated. So we have the latest in there. We do, again, have a note in there that as soon as it's updated, it should be replaced. But until then, we don't have access to that layer, unfortunately.
Okay, so it's my understanding, I think, that there was an extension of the time for public comment on that proposed map that I think closed in early April. So that tells me that, we're getting close. So I'm just interested in having, the most recent, because what I don't want us to do is adopt a safety element that immediately is outdated because there's a new map out. So, and, because this map is the basis for other maps here, I'm wondering about if we can find out more about that timeline and understand that a bit.
Sure. We've been working with CAL FIRE. We can, and of course, I think you have a representative there from the fire department today who could speak probably more to this, but we'll get a timeline on that. And yes, I think it could be easily done. I think within the time frame of the other plans underway right now, for example, the housing element. So Trevor, I think we'll just make a note of it and get that in there as soon as it's available.
Okay, great. That sounds good. I had a couple more specific questions. On SAF 24, we talk about Nixle, and I thought, we're using a few different types of public safety information alerts, so maybe genericizing that term or saying Nixle and other terms like alert Napa County there would probably be worth adding to. I'm on the red line version.
So on the clean version, it should, let me just double check, because we had this comment come up in the Planning Commission that it was pointed out to us, and I can't remember what, we figured out what the name of the new system going forward is. I can't remember.
It's called the Alert Napa County.
Yeah.
Yes, and I think we've changed it in the, it should be, it's been changed in the current version that we have for you.
I'm looking, I'm on
Can you give me the
SAF
page?
24, policy SAF 2.6. So
So on SAF 2.2, I have Nixle. On SAF 2.6, I have Nixle.
okay. Yeah, so probably making that consistent. And also, my suggestion would be to name that and then say or whatever other one, because who knows, maybe we'll change that in the future too. So let's see, what was the other set of comments I had?
Can you repeat those policies? You said 2.6?
Yeah, 2.6. And again, I'm not sure from hearing from my colleagues, I may be looking at a different version than they are looking at.
I think you might, yeah, because the most updated version now says Alert Napa County. So you might have the one that went to Planning Commission, which is an older version, but 2.6, we have that in there. I just want to make sure that I'm looking at all the policies just to verify.
Great.
So you said
And Chair Ramos.
2.2.
2.2, okay. Let me look.
And then I had a comment on page 28, policy SAF 3.6 and actually 3.5 also. Those are both speaking to water conservation for landscaping and outdoor watering. And I just wanted to point out that on the policy 3.2, where we're talking about asking ag to do conservation, I'd like to see 3.5 and 3.6 mirror the same language, so we're asking the same of residential and commercial land uses, not just outdoors, but in general, right? I don't see there's a reason to limit it to the outdoor uses, if that makes sense.
Supervisor Cottrell, could I ask you just to repeat that one more time so I can make a note here?
Sure. So on policy on page, let's see, SAF 28, it's 27 and 28 speak to goals to combat drought.
Yeah.
And in SAF 3.2, it's asking the agricultural industry to develop actions and invest in programs that lead to increased water conservation, right? And then also on 3.5 and 3.6, we're asking for water conservation for landscaping and outdoor watering for commercial and residential uses. And I think my suggestion or my input is is there a way to, we want those uses to be looking at overall water conservation, not just outdoor, but like in general uses on a site. So for instance, indoor conservation as well.
Okay, I understand that. That's a good
I
suggestion.
I think that could be a small change that we could add to those two policies to cover that.
Yeah.
And then just a final comment on page 33. Let's see, sorry, SAF 33. There's an action item SAF 6.27A, and it says mitigate non-conforming development, mitigate existing, and I just wondered if I could get some more clarification on. That seems a little vague, so I'm wondering if we can give more.
Can you give me the page again?
Yeah, SAF 33.
And which policy?
6.27A,
okay.
action item.
Mitigate existing non-conforming development to contemporary fire-safe standards in terms of road standards and vegetation hazards.
Yeah, I was not clear what that is asking.
I believe that is in reference to the width of the streets and vegetation along those streets to make sure they're compliant with current fire safety standards.
Okay, so if something is non-conforming, it's saying maybe the street is narrow, so to mitigate, you'll do your vegetation management further out or something like that?
I'll have to look into what mitigation measures are typically imposed in situations like this, because of course you have limitations when you have a road that can only be extended so far. And so I think probably what we want to do on this is give examples of what that could look like.
Yeah,
we'll talk to the fire department on that.
That's a great idea. And just because the language it's a little bit hard to understand exactly what it's going to. So thank you. I think that's all my comments for now. Thank you, Chair.
So we could just add examples of that to the policy language to kind of cover, so it's easier to understand.
Yeah, and that way either the public or a parcel owner is like, what am I going to be expected to do here?
Okay, it's a little vague. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Supervisor Gregory?
Yeah, just structurally, I think you mentioned in your presentation that this is one of the elements of our general plan that has to get updated on a fairly regular basis, and you're saying it follows the cycle of the housing element?
Yeah, new state law requires us to update it when the either when the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan is updated or when the safety element is updated. I'm not super familiar with how often multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plans are updated, but the safety element's every 8 years, so this is going to be an element that we're updating every 8 years at a minimum.
MHPs are every 5 years.
Is it every 5 years?
So safety elements have to be updated every 5 years now.
Okay, wow.
Sure. So as we're talking in the future about our general plan, the whole thing, this might get a little confusing, so I just wanted to get that out there. Thank you.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair. I also I received a public comment. I'm not sure if it from the Napa Firewise with some suggestions about, rather than saying implement Napa Firewise, saying implement the Napa County Community Wildfire Protection Plan with other language here. So I just want to make sure that public comment makes it into the record, and that you guys can look at those points.
We did that comment wasn't forwarded to staff. Could your office forward that to us? And if they're just asking for a language change that more closely resembles appropriate language for a policy, I think we can go ahead and make that change across the board in the document, but I haven't seen that comment.
Okay. Yeah, I can definitely forward that.
Okay. Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. I'm assuming if it's not redlined, it's in here from the previous plan, correct?
So what I did in the staff packet, You should have 3 copies of the, there's attachment B, which is the clean version. That's the version that we were bringing here to say adopt this. There's the red line version, and that is red lines that have been done since the April 19th Planning Commission. And then attachment D was the Planning Commission red line version, and those were red lines since the draft document, the initial draft document went out in September.
Okay. I think for me, I got a little bit confused. I looked at all of them, and then I was trying to figure out which was the most current. And so maybe if we could always have like dates as to, just exactly what you just said, Mr. Hawks, about this is the red line version since the date of XYZ, because I was a little bit confused. For example, on page 38, SAF 10.3, Napa County Climate Action Plan, implement the adopted climate action plan. We don't have an adopted climate action plan. So I'm like, that to me is not, shouldn't be there. And should we be talking instead about, the proposed work to do a regional climate action plan? I'm just thinking, we're updating it. So having, I think there was another comment too about the climate action plan that I just found to be
and you're on
inappropriate.
You're on SAF 38, page 38.
Yes, and it's 10.3. Oh, 37. I'm sorry. I'm looking at my.
I was my screen went blank when I kept going to 38. I was thinking I didn't have an internet connection. Which policy?
10.3.
Shannon, did we receive any, are you looking at 10.3?
Oh, excuse me, you're muted.
Hold on just 1 second.
About that. Sorry.
There you are.
I was on mute. Yeah, I see that. So if that's a mistake that you don't have an adopted climate action plan, we can remove that. I'd be curious as to the status. You do have a work in progress on your climate action plan online for Napa County as of June 2018. So maybe there was a misunderstanding as to the status of that.
Well, it is also mentioned elsewhere in the document that it is being revised or in draft or I don't know, something like that. But I think I don't know that it gives the correct impression. I mean, I don't know that we fully decided this yet about our own climate action plan versus the regional climate action plan, but I'm just curious if maybe we should be talking at all about the plans for a regional climate action plan in this particular document.
I'm sorry, repeat that question or your comment?
Oh, just that maybe we should mention the regional climate action plan we agreed to pursue with potentially with our city partners.
We can provide a description of that document and the status of it in the safety element, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I just think it would be good to be really clear that we don't have an adopted county climate action plan and that we need one.
Yeah,
we're pursuing.
We do, in the existing conditions report, we do address that we don't have it. It's in development. So it is described as in development in our existing conditions report.
I can work with staff to include language regarding the idea of a regional climate action plan and bring those revisions back to the board.
We do have joining us the interim director of planning, building, and environmental services. Is there something you wanted to add here, Mr. Bordona?
Just what David had said. We'll go through the document and make sure it's reflective of reality as it relates to the regional climate action plan that's underway.
There are a few instances on page 19 of the elements existing conditions talking about the cap, which that one says in draft, but
yeah, we'll go through it with a fine-tooth comb.
okay. Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair. So just to follow up, Mr. Hawks, I'll send you this public comment that I've received from the Firewise Foundation, which I think is important too because it's raising And I am locked out of the document at this moment. Too many suggestions. But one of the questions I have too, kind of to a similar, let's make sure we have an accurate status, is the CWPP, right? So I know when we say implement Firewise and going through the document and saying, making sure that we acknowledge what we have. So that would be great. And I am happy to hear the suggestions about updating the status of and the preference for the regional climate action plan. So I guess my suggestion, I feel there's enough things here to still clean up. I would, if there's not an urgency, I would suggest maybe we continue this to have it come back.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay.
I think also, but I think that's a good suggestion. I think one of the other things that would be helpful is to state out in the, I would imagine, I leave it to council to decide, but maybe it's in the statutory requirements where we lay out what the dates are related to our requirements of revisiting this plan. It's not stated in there. I think we all know that, 8 years on housing, but for these other elements, I think it would be helpful and to have consistency of what our legal requirements are for.
Yeah, the safety element is the only one, the housing element is the only one that's mandated to be updated on a regular basis. Safety element is dependent, as was stated earlier, on updating of the multi-jurisdictional hazard plan. And those are usually done every 5 years, so we could state that. All the other 5 elements are not on any kind of time schedule, but yes, we can certainly include that information in the like the preamble or the introduction to the safety element.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think Supervisor Gregory alluded to it. This will likely be something that'll be caught in the general plan update that's going to be coming before you here pretty soon. So.
Excellent. So at this time, I see no other questions from the board. I'm going to open public comment and take public comment on this item. Again, this is item 13B. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Bring it back to the board. At this time, we have a suggestion of continuing this public hearing, so I'm not going to close it. I'm going to ask for a motion to continue the public hearing so that staff can refine and integrate some of our comments today.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Cottrell, second by Supervisor Gallagher. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. This matter is going to be continued, and we will notice appropriately when that will be continued. We don't have a time yet. Okay, thank you very much. Next, I'm going to go ahead and ask for our legislative items. That would be the legislative committee.
Sorry, none to report.
Okay, thank you. Any supervisor report committee reports or announcements? Supervisor Gregory.
Sure, just 4 quick ones. We had our meeting up on Mount Veeder with the residents to talk about road repair and how we're going to go about it. Some tricky maneuvering up there, but they're happy we're getting to it this year, even though it's going to be a big headache. NVTA, the last meeting was really interesting, talked about the mandate for transportation authorities to get to a electric bus fleet by 2040. And they presented, NVTA presented how we're going to get to there just through the natural replacement of our regular buses, and that was really interesting. MCE meeting a couple of weeks ago talked a bit about their customer programs. One is an e-charge, electric charging station program, where if you own a business, they'll essentially come in and put one in for you. And the idea is to incentivize their employees to buy electric cars and use them. And apparently there's not a wait list. There's plenty of money there to go around. We just need to make sure people know. Last is, and I know a few of you are going to do this soon, but took a GSA/TAG field trip. And I think a few of you are doing that coming up. And that was really good. That's it.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Thanks. I just wanted to update the board on attending the broadband workshop that the North Coast Broadband Coalition supported. Thank you, Ms. Elo, for attending. Jan Vestang was also there, and Anthony from the library. And there was a member from Calistoga School District too. So it was a great chance for public input. And just to let you all know about the process, the state is taking input from all these workshops, developing a plan, and then it has money to fund a lot of work, but it needs to have a plan in place first. So this was, I think, an important step to participate in. It was great to have that much Napa County involvement.
Supervisor Gallagher.
We had our Climate Action Committee meeting last week. We did have a presentation by BACMID on the new gas appliance rules. We also had a pretty long discussion on the short-lived climate pollutants memo. Really had an opportunity to see what kind of data is out there and what data is honestly not even available yet. We just don't, so much data that we don't have. So that was really kind of interesting to look at, and also I think will help us to get a little bit more clear on our priorities. You know, the largest category of the short-lived climate pollutants is fugitive methane, and so kind of going over what that means and where that all comes from, and I think that it's going to help us hone in on some of the places where we really need to focus our work over the next year. So it was a good meeting.
Supervisor Pedroza.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm glad Supervisor Gregory is feeling optimistic about Mount Veeder too. I think that's critical. But on a serious note, on the electric charging station at MBTA, you know, it's great that we're pushing these initiatives, but we did ask PG&E to come back and report out on what is the capacity of the grid. And I think as we all try to make these changes, we got to make sure that the infrastructure is there to support it. It's not just transitioning our buses or our own municipal fleet. Do we have the energy supply to do that? So PG&E is going to be coming back. We've already been working with them to provide that report, so it should be a good one.
Excellent. One of the things I will say, Supervisor Cottrell and I had a chance on Sunday to go to our Napa County Fire Academy graduation, where we got to see a number of people who have gone through an 15-week training to become volunteers within Napa County Fire at various stations, and we also have South Lake County join the academy as well, and that is run through the Napa Lake Sonoma unit, and it was great to see the culmination of their work and to see all the families that support their work. And I think Supervisor Cottrell and I really enjoyed the parts where we got to see little children put the pins on our firefighter grads. It was really great. So thank you. For the balance, I'm going to go through a couple of other items. We'll announce our closed sessions, take public comment on our closed sessions, then we'll return for closure of that later today. Any Board of Supervisor future agenda items? Supervisor Gallagher.
Great, thank you, Chair. I met with some representatives from the Vintners Association and a group called Generation Housing out of Sonoma County. We talked about the Bay Area Regional Affordable Housing Bond that will be on the 2024 ballot. Would really like to see if we can talk about ways we can support that. And also, I'd love to hear more about the detailed housing report that they did for Sonoma County. It was really super impressive. I think it would be something really important for us to look at here in Napa County. So that's one item. The other is I did get a few constituent questions about the vote that we took on the TOT allocation regarding affordable housing and parks a few meetings ago. And so I just want to make sure we circle back around and look at how we're going to make up that TOT funding for affordable housing. And then also just what I brought up earlier about the safe storage ordinance in St. Helena. I'd love to hear from St. Helena about their model and any lessons learned so far, and see if that might be something appropriate for the county.
Thank you. Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to add or have a discussion about our next steps for the Regional Climate Action Plan, specifically what our funding options could be. I know we want to partner with the cities, and so how we have those discussions and what are options there too.
Supervisor Pedroza.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. I was made aware about an ordinance a bill that was passed in 2018, where if you buy a home and you either did or someone did it, and you have to now bring that structure up to current building code. That's how we've always operated at the county. We dealt with that in the 2017 fires in 2018. But there is some legislation that I was made aware of yesterday that showed you could actually bring it up to code to when it was built. And I'm not saying we should do that, but we should truly try to understand how do we help people try to bring structures into compliance. We did that a while ago with kind of the amnesty program. We did this with the wineries. But for example, LA County was able to do this to encourage people that had built ADUs that had done it without the benefit of the permit to legalize those structures. So it'd be interesting for us to understand if someone is building something without a permit, whether they did it or not, we're requiring them to bring it up to current building codes. And I support that under the life and safety. But if it's also encouraging people not to bring it into compliance, that's a problem as well. So it'd be great to get some clarity on that legislation.
Thank you. CEO reports and announcements.
None this morning, thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'll turn it over to County Council to announce our closed sessions for the remainder of our agenda.
Good morning. Today we have 3 closed sessions under 18A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 subdivision D2 regarding the claims of Mintron. Item 18B, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, public employee discipline, dismissal, release. And item 18C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D2, one matter.
Thank you. At this time, I'll take public comment on all closed session items that have been announced. Seeing none, I'll close public comment and we will recess to closed session. We're now back from closed session, and we will turn it over to County Council for a report out from closed session.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On item 18A, potential litigation, claims have been drawn, no reportable action. On item 18B, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, no reportable action. And on item 18C, potential exposure to litigation, no reportable action.
Thank you. This brings us to the end of our agenda, and we will be adjourning to our next regularly scheduled meeting Tuesday, May 16, 2023 at 9 a.m. We are adjourned.
We are good to go, Chair.
All right. Welcome to today's Flood Control and Water Conservation District meeting. Roll call, please.
Was it Director Ramos? Here. Director Pedroza? Here. Director Painter? Here. Director Moeller is excused. Director Lopez Ortega? Here. Director Garcia? Here. Director Gallagher? Here. Director Doring?
Here.
Director Cottrell?
Here.
Vice Chair Sedgley?
Here.
Chair Gregory?
Here.
Thank you.
Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thanks for that. We have one set of minutes on the agenda for approval. Is there a motion? Thank you.
Second.
Motion by Director Pedroza, second by Director Painter. Any public comment on minutes? Not seeing anybody in the room. All right. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Abstention. Abstention from Directors Sedgley and Ramos, or Vice Chair Sedgley and Director Ramos. Okay, thank you. Any presentations, accommodations today? No. All right. One item under the consent calendar, item A.
So moved, Sedgley.
Thank you.
Second, Garcia.
Motion by Vice Chair Sedgley, second by Director Garcia. Seeing no public comment in the audience. All those in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you. We're on to public comment. This is public comment on anything not on our agenda today. Anybody in the room wishing to make public comment? Not seeing any. I'll close public comment for today, and we'll move right on to Section 8, and we have 2 admin items, and I'll look to Mr. Thomaser.
Yes, good afternoon, District Manager. So this, at the request of the board, Director Cottrell, I believe, we have for you a discussion this afternoon about what is being done locally with regard to reservoirs and looking at reservoir capacity. So we've assembled a report for you and a discussion item regarding what's going on in the various cities that own these reservoirs, and we've got representatives from the cities here to participate, in that discussion. So I'm going to turn it over to Chris for his introductory comments.
Sure. Thanks, Rick. Chris Silk, Engineering Manager with Napa County. Again, I'm pleased to be accompanied with our local water agency representatives to provide some testimonials. Just some introductory remarks. Near record rainfall and mountain snowpack has stimulated discussion statewide regarding in-stream and off-stream reservoir capacity to capture and store fresh water when it is abundant, such as what we've witnessed this winter. It was only 5 months ago that the State and Central Valley Water Project reservoirs were approaching 25 to 30% of their respective capacities. Critically low levels became a reality, as illustrated on the Save Our Water billboard that we all drive by in American Canyon. And so we're blessed, at least with this winter, having copious amounts of rain replenish our reservoirs. But during the recent multi-year dry cycle, flood staff developed a dashboard to provide outreach to the public so that they can view current reservoir conditions within Napa County. And I would direct both the board and any member of the public to this information tool, and it can again be found at our water conservation website. So at any moment in time, if you want to have a snapshot of where we stand with our local water resources, by all means, utilize that tool. Local reservoirs that supply treated potable water to valley area, municipal, commercial, institutional,
and industrial customers vary in capacity from a few hundred acre feet to 31,000 acre feet at Lake Hennessy. Recycle water systems also have reservoirs and storage facilities within their conveyances to outdoor irrigation accounts in Napa County. Reuse of tertiary treated wastewater effluent has seen its portion of Napa County use rise to nearly 8% over the past 10 years. So today we're pleased to be accompanied by local water agency representatives from Napa Sanitation District and the cities of Napa, Calistoga, and St. Helena. I will offer some closing remarks once we hear from our speakers with regards to American Canyon as well as the town of Yountville. So without further ado, why don't we go ahead and start with our speakers. We'll start with the southern extent of Napa County with our representative from the Napa Sanitation District.
Yeah, come on up, Tim, right?
Yes, come
right
on up,
there.
Tim. And if you would, as you approach the board, please state your name and title too. Thank you.
Push the button.
There you go. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tim Healy. I'm the general manager for the Napa Sanitation District. And it's my first time before this board, actually, and I appreciate a few minutes of your time just to tell you what we're doing. Napa Sanitation District treats primarily water that comes from the city of Napa is our primary customer, but we also serve areas that are outside the city of Napa. For example, Silverado Country Club, all of the airport industrial park, we treat wastewater that comes from there. Water comes to our treatment plant. We treat it to a very high quality, and primarily everything in the summer goes out that we receive goes out as recycled water. Plus now water that comes to us in the winter, we're treating and storing that more and more every year to be used as recycled water. And just a change that well, first of all, from every drop of water we get from May through October, our dry season, we don't discharge to the Napa River in that time, and that is all treated, and all of it goes out as recycled water. All of the water that we get during that period is spoken for. We've either committed it to somebody, either it's all going out, it's all being used. And now what we're doing is, it used to be in the May 1st or April 30th, we would have our treatment ponds at a low possible level as we could. And we have 340 acres of treatment ponds. We'd have the water at a very low level, and they'd slowly fill up all summer long. But as we've expanded our water recycling system, we now go into the summer months with those ponds as full as possible. And by doing that, we have about 650 acre feet of water that normally that we would have in the winter that would get discharged to the Napa River in the winter is now stored in those ponds for summer irrigation. And that's how we get more water out in the summer than we actually take in, because we've stored that water in our reservoirs. The other thing that we've recently done, our board, in our last recycled water rate study, we've always offered water to folks to take in the winter. There hasn't been a lot of demand in the winter for irrigation, but there are some of our customers that have a lot of storage reservoirs, especially out in the Los Carneros area. Many of the properties out there have large storage reservoirs. And so what we've done recently is some creative incentives where we offer a 50% discount on water purchased in February and March that goes into a storage reservoir for our customers. So if somebody's just taking it and irrigating a golf course, there's not a discount. But if we can incentivize some of our customers to put water in the storage or in the reservoirs that they have already built, we offer a 50% discount. And what that does is that helps take their demand off the summer when we don't have any water available, gets them to use it in February, March, take advantage of their reservoirs, and that frees up on-demand capacity for people that don't have storage reservoirs. So that's some of our how we're getting around trying to maximize our use of recycled water. In 2020, for the first time ever in our history, we actually recycled more water than we put into the Napa River. And in 2021, we recycled even more water. And 22 was a little bit less. We still recycled more water actually the last 3 years than we've actually discharged. So we keep looking for creative ways to take advantage of storage that's built by somebody else rather than building expensive storage projects on our own. I can answer questions if anybody has any.
Any questions for Mr. Healy?
Yeah, I have a question. Could you talk about the distribution network for the recycled water and sort of the history of that and where that is now and
Sure.
how challenging that could be?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I started at Napa Sanitation District back in 1990, so it's been a while ago, and we didn't have any recycled water customers at that point. We had some ranches. We had a discharge permit that limited our discharge to the river. And when I got there, we were in the middle of an expensive lawsuit with a property owner that we had ultimately condemned the property because in the 80s, the district had reached a deal with that property owner. Then some things went sour, and the district ended up condemning that property and putting water on it. And it was a major lawsuit, and some people may or may not remember that. It was in the newspaper quite a bit. And so around that time, we said, this buying land and putting water on the land ourselves isn't working, and we got to think of something better. And so it was around that time that we started hooking up some vineyards. Chardonnay Golf Course came on around that same time. They were out in the area. Our Jameson Canyon Ranch, the old Kirkland Ranch property, was right across the street from Chardonnay, so we entered in an agreement with them. A few years later, Eagle Vines Golf Course wanted to develop. People may not know, Eagle Vines is actually, most of it is on our property. 77 acres of Eagle Vines is on land that Napa Sanitation District owns and leases to Eagle Vines. So they not only lease the land, but they buy the water from us. So it's a good way to make sure we get water out there. So that was out in that area, and then a few years later, we started trying to get out into Carneros, and that fell through back in the late 90s. And so at that point, we expanded our water recycling system up towards the city of Napa, and we hooked up Napa Memorial Gardens and Napa Municipal Golf Course and Napa College. And then we got expanded a little bit more, and now that network has gone through Napa State Hospital, and now we're out in the MST area, Milko Sarko Tulake. We irrigate Napa Valley Country Club out there. We send we have about 450 acre feet of commitments of use out in MST area. Our agreement with the county is for about 700 acre feet of use out there. So we're reserving about 250 acre feet more water for out in that Coombsville area. Silverado Middle School is in the process of hooking up. They're going to be using it. We already irrigate the old Mount George, now Stonebridge School. It uses our water, and Tulake Cemetery is also hooked up out in that area. And we're just hooking up some more big vineyards right now, and Nickel and Nickel is, who's one of the early signer-ups, is in the process of getting hooked up also. So that's really good. And then we have besides that line that goes that direction, we have a pipeline that goes out into Carneros area. And so we irrigate about 800 last year, or the year before, it was about 850 acre feet of water went out into the southern Los Carneros area, Las Amigas Road, Cuttings Wharf Road, all out in that area. We also have recycled water pipelines that go south down into the Napa Airport area. All the airport industrial landscaping down as far as Tower Road uses our water for irrigation. And then the old, I'm not sure what they call it now, the Bedford Corporate Park uses our water for irrigation also. So about 3,700 acre feet is what we've recycled the last couple of years.
Any more questions?
Chair, if I may. So in terms of capacity, what is the overall capacity for the current infrastructure that you have right now?
Well, that's another great question, and it depends on how you look at it. All of our water in the summer is pretty much spoken for. Okay. And so it's winter water. What do we do with it? And right now we are still discharging water to the Napa River in the winter. And so if we had more storage, you potentially could store that water in the winter and use it for summer irrigation. Or if you built storage, there's also, like in the study, the DCP talked about aquifer storage and recovery. That's where you take a highly treated water like we make, and then you put it in a confined basin in the winter, and you pull it out in the summer when there's an irrigation demand. And that's certainly a possibility for that water. But what we're really doing right now, and again, it was in the DCP, and I'm sure Joy from the city will talk about it a little bit too, we are doing a joint study right now with the city of Napa. We're looking at taking that winter water and can we turn it into ultimately drinking water. And so all the water the extra water we have right now in the winter, we're reserving for the next year while we do this joint study with the city of Napa to see, is it feasible? It is feasible. Lots and lots of people are turning water into drinking water, and we're studying to see what the cost would be, and is there enough water to make it an effective project? Can we do it? And so far things are looking pretty good, and ultimately there would be lots of public outreach before we ever did something along that nature. But our board is holding off on making any further commitments for that winter water until the study we're doing is finished, and that'll be around a year from now, approximately.
And that's great. I think you looking at what creative solutions you have in the winter, but your choke point is the summer, though, Tim, in terms of capacity. So, if you had, or what's holding you back from building more storage capacity? Is it getting customers to commit to it? Or?
Well, no. We don't. Every drop that's coming to us in the summer is already spoken for and is being used.
What I'm saying is, if you could take more, that's what I'm getting.
If I could, if I had, it would be capturing winter water and storing it. And right now, if this, and that gets where it gets back to this drinking water, if there's this drinking water project works and it's feasible, then I think all of the water that we're currently putting in the Napa River would end up as drinking water.
That you could use during the summer when you're max.
No, we would use it in the winter. The idea is that the city of Napa, and Joy, again, I don't want to take away from what Joy would talk about, but the city of Napa gets water all year long, and they can use that water and not pull water because it's in reservoirs in the state system. They get the water at certain times of the year, and I think if they used our water in the winter, they'd have to bring in less water from the state water project.
And I guess where I'm going very singularly, in my district, you talked about, the avenues in Vichy and Monticello and potentially another golf course in the area that, if there was capacity, I think it would be the right thing to do to hook them up. It's just a question of, can you service it year round?
Yeah. Or is there enough water? I think we're going to run out of water. Unless one of the things that we're studying is stormwater capture. And if you have a year like this where you've got a lot of water going down ultimately into the ocean, is there a way to capture some of that and supplement?
There should be.
And not only make drinking water, but make further irrigation water. The system out in MST was designed, the pipes are big enough that we could finish some loops and hook up some more folks. It's just a matter of, is there enough water available?
Got it. Thanks, Tim.
Director Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much, Mr. Haley, for the presentation. First of all, I just love the concept of sort of off-peak water, right? Being able to sell at a discount in February. So just what we're doing with energy to be able to do with water use too. So I had two questions. As you're talking about, building out the infrastructure of the areas that you could serve, can you give us, because it sounds like from what Director Pedroza was asking about, that the big costs are where you would actually create more storage space. But if we can understand the ballpark installation cost for connecting everyone up, or excuse me, just sort of a linear foot projection, like with the Vine Trail, it's $1 million a mile. So if you can help us understand, and the second, and if you that's not essential for this moment either. But the other question I had was, you mentioned if we could do a recharge project in a confined basin.
Yep.
Can you tell us if we know enough about geology in this area to know if that's available to us, or do we need to do some more study of that?
I think you need to do some more study. I know where one is.
Oh, good.
Because I have done the study, and we did an aquifer storage and recovery study back in the very late 90s, early 2000s, and identified an area that would store about 300 to 400 acre feet of water. We actually, as part of the study, we carbon dated the water that was in it, and it was a bathtub. It was over 10,000 years old, and so it is essentially a shale area that's available, that we think we can store anywhere, like I said, 350 to 400 acre feet of water, which would be really good. The issue with it is it's a shaly area, and to actually make full use of it so the water is all available in it, you'd have to get in and do fracking to break up that shale. And the time that we were finishing the study was when fracking was getting a bad name, especially in the East or Midwest, where they were thinking that it was maybe causing some earthquakes and some other things. So we put the study is sitting on my shelf, and but that's it. I've looked for it out in Carneros, and there wasn't a good area, at least that we found in Carneros, that was there. I've looked in some other areas kind of around our treatment plant, but there is one area that we think would work, and that certainly could supplement, like if we did drinking water or more irrigation or something. If, for example, a golf course, Eagle Vines uses about 300 acre feet of water a year. You could put the water in this confined aquifer, take them off the summer demand, and you could pull the water and irrigate the golf course at that time from this confined aquifer, and that frees up 300 acre feet for somebody else. So, but I think there is more geology. The problem is going to be finding something where somebody doesn't have their straw in it already, and I think that's what you've got a lot in Napa Valley, is a lot of straws, and trying to find a place where you're putting it in there for storage and somebody isn't pulling it out. But I think there's more areas, maybe in St. Helena or Calistoga, you may be able to do it also.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any more questions? All right, if you think of one, we can go back to Tim.
Thanks, Tim.
Yeah, thank you. Next.
Yes, I'd like to introduce the City of Napa representative, Joy Eldridge.
Yeah, it is. Hey, Joy. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Joy Eldridge, Deputy Utilities Director, City of Napa. I think you heard it all right there from Tim. Maybe just to add a little to that, we are, this is a joint study that we're doing under an MOU, which came out of the Drought Contingency Plan. As a reminder, the Drought Contingency Plan, I think I reported to this, we were talking about, I think to this group within the last year on that. So one of those key studies was that purified water, can it be used for drinking water? We'll determine that by the end of the year, and part of that determination comes with the regulations being finalized. So they are close, they are under a mandate by the state board to have those regs final, but as Tim mentioned, San Diego, in the Monterey area, there, Valley Water, San Francisco PUC, many entities have been doing advanced treatment to drinking water quality for 8 to 10 years, and prove out, as we call it. The challenge with that is cost. It is very costly. On top of our current drinking water standards, there are 3 to 4 additional processes that are required. And then, of course, as was hit on by Mayor Doring, is the pipe network. There's a cost to that. So what we're looking at right now is where would, if we were to move forward with that project, and where would we even site the advanced treatment? We're weighing pipelines getting up to the current treatment plant where it stands for drinking water versus at the Napa Sand District and then injecting into the pipeline. So you're talking probably doubling the cost of the project if you need to add pipelines. It's a barrier to entry for any use of recycled water and then being able to convey it to where it needs to be along with storage. So for City of, so should I cover Sites Reservoir or are you going to cover that for?
No, you can go ahead and speak to that, Joy, if you'd
American
like.
Canyon? Okay, so American Canyon is the key player for that. It's also another project that came out of the drought contingency plan. American Canyon astutely bought in early. They're on the ground floor for buying into Sites Reservoir. Those conversations continue today. The project is I've been participating on those just to keep tabs on it as well. The project is fully allocated and there's a waiting list. City of Napa is currently on the waiting list for that project. Should capacity free up, we have the ability to buy in, if you will. And so Sites is northern Sacramento basin and is really a kind of the same concept, taking water when it's available in the winter, creating that storage. We all understand fully the impacts of, well, we don't understand it fully, but the impacts of climate change. It's really anticipation of that. Incidentally, as part of all of our urban water management plans, Department of Water Resources has mandated that our assumptions are to include a 10% loss in surface water supplies by the year 2035. So that's all other things staying equal today. We'll have 10% less surface water at that time than we do today, so in less than 15 years. So in looking at the world that way, it does require just looking at shoring up supplies in light of today's investments. I'll say that for City of Napa, one of the things we look at as supply is conservation. We can proudly say we're using about the same amount of water today as we did in the mid-90s, and that's with 0.5% growth within the city. And we also serve about 2,000 customers in unincorporated Napa County. And so continually getting grant funds. That's how we typically fund those projects, but you've heard of our Cash for Grass program, right? We're removing that thirsty turf. That's making a difference. We can see it moving the needle over time, right? We have our seasonal fluctuations, but over time we're seeing that we are more efficient with our water today than we were 25, 30 years ago. And another piece or another project that came out of the drought contingency plan is called the Integrated Supply and Reservoir Operations, which is, it's really a valley-wide look. City of Napa is taking the lead on that. We have a retired annuitant who's helping us out and working with our current model, but we're looking at what can all the municipal users do today if we were to just look at all the reservoirs, all our pipes, everything, mostly focusing on supply and treatment. If we just looked at all our systems together today, can we operate a little bit differently and gain supplies out of that? Just as, I mean, Tim hit it on the head. It's really about, the difference between summer and winter, right? I know City of Napa, our demands are approximately 3 times more in the summer than they are in the winter. We all have plenty of water in the winter, right? All our small reservoirs, we have a Milliken Reservoir, it's about 1,400 acre feet. We have Lake Hennessy, it's 31,000 acre feet. And then if you look at the scale of the reservoirs that are even farther up valley, they're smaller. They tend to fill and spill every year. So can we look at things a little differently and say, okay, we're going to operate through those summer months, together, use all we can in the winter and just make some gains. So that's in the very early stages of looking at the engineering side of it. Pipelines, again, are a big factor just because of the cost of putting in new infrastructure. A note of all the recycled water, most of that was paid for at about 50%. That's about right, on grant funds for those, the distribution network to be put in, and still that came with years of working on implementing those. And so that integrated supply, again, very early stages, really just understanding from an engineering perspective, are there ways to move water and gain value out of that? The classic example is we run 5 treatment plants in the winter when one treatment plant has the capacity to serve all of that. So we have to balance that with the supply and the overflow. And then the other project that's, again, very early stages for City of Napa is looking at Lake Hennessy. And we do have a project we must do, which is to look at our spillway and expand the capacity of our spillway, again, in light of climate change. If a maximum probable flood, which used to not seem so probable, but today it seems a little more probable than it did in the past. If a maximum probable flood were to occur, we have to expand the capacity that we can release out of that reservoir. And as we're going through that extensive look at the dam and the spillway, it's time to look at could the dam also be raised a bit, and could it handle? There's kind of 2 increments. One would bring about 4,000 acre feet, and the other would bring as much as 15,000 acre feet without completely having to rebuild Highway 128. So that's just, I think, the right time to look at that. And finally, we're just in the throes for City of Napa looking at our 30-year master plan, which is just prudent planning for long-term picture for water supply, for water system. And so that includes our pipelines, where do our investments need to be made, supplies, and treatment. And so looking at all those things together is kind of the time to look at big picture opportunities. So I'll stop there if there's questions.
Thank you, Joe. There might be, but I'm going to pause us here. We have at least one member with a hard stop, and we need our 4/5 today for the 2 public hearings. So I'm going to suggest we pause, stand by. We'll trail this to after the public hearing items and come back to it.
Sure. I think we can take those pretty quick, those 2. They're pretty quick actions.
Right. So we'll get that done and then we'll come right back. So Greg and Anthony, ready to, we'll move over to items 9A and 9B, starting with 9A. All right, thanks for that. Sorry for the abrupt pause. Taking up 9A, I'll open the public hearing, and Mr. Cerro?
Jeremy Cerro, Watershed and Flood Control Operations Manager. 9A is for the watershed-wide assessment or the Rutherford?
Joint Zone Project 96.96-1.
Thank you. So this item relates to the district's countywide maintenance and watershed management program, also known as Joint Zone Project 96-1, created in 1996 to fund various aspects of the program run by the district, including watershed maintenance, our alert program, and a lot of other beneficial things throughout the county and throughout the watersheds. If you recall, on the April 4th board meeting, the board held a public hearing to consider any protests related to the 23-24 assessments, approved the engineer's report in support of those assessments, and then also adopted a resolution with the intent to levy those assessments. So today the district is requesting the following from the board. Open the public hearing, consider any protests or objections related to the 23-24 assessments, tally any protests, close the hearing, and then adopt a resolution authorizing and levying the assessments for the 23-24 assessments.
Thank you. Any questions, comments for Mr. Cerro? Not seeing any public comment. Anybody in the room wishing to make public comment on this? All right, I'll close the public hearing. And were there any written protests filed?
From the clerk?
There were not.
No protests filed. All right. Well, that's a good sign. Is there a motion? Motion by Director Pedroza, second by Director Ramos. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Abstentions? All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you. And we'll go on to the next one, which is very similar, but for the Rutherford Reaches Benefit Zone Assessment.
Exactly. Very similar.
And I'll open the public hearing.
Okay. Thank you. Again, this second assessment is the Rutherford Reach Special Benefit Zone, which was established in 2008. And again, it funds general maintenance and monitoring associated with the Napa River Rutherford Reach Restoration Project, which is going fabulously, and it's just in the monitoring and maintenance phase. So primarily these funds are used to help maintain all the restoration sites, as well as conduct annual and kind of episodic monitoring events to demonstrate that the project is achieving kind of the restoration goals that were originally outlined for the project. So again, back at the April 4th meeting, the board held a protest hearing, approved the engineer's report, authorized a resolution with the intent to levy the assessments, and today we're having another public hearing to consider any protests for the assessment district, tally any protests that could be present, close the hearing, and then and adopt a resolution levying the assessments for the coming fiscal year.
Thank you. Questions or comments for Mr. Cerro? I don't see any. Any public comment? Not seeing anybody in the room. I will close the public hearing and ask if there were any written protests filed on this one.
There were no written protests.
All right. 2 for 2. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you. Was that motion by Director Cottrell, second by Director Ramos? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstained. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks for allowing us to get that done, and we will go back now to 8A. Greg and Anthony, if you want to transition. And we just heard from Joy Eldridge, and any questions for Joy?
I do.
Director Pedroza.
Thank you, Chair Gregory. Joy, thank you for the report. You know, when we first talked about this, you know, the idea was, you know, when we get these big rains and it spills over and it just goes out the system, right? And just looking at the one rain, it shows that this year we had some spillage. And just as someone that lives in Napa that wants to talk about how do we increase our water storage capacity, that was the original intent behind when I raised this item of what can we do to increase our storage capacity? And that's just my question to you, especially around Hennessy. So the idea of dredging, and that's come up before, but that's kind of my question for you. Have we looked at that in terms of being able to increase the storage capacity at Hennessy?
Looked at dredging or looked at?
All the above. Just the store. To me, when water is spilling out, that's water that we could store for our community and our residents. And so the question is, why are we not doing that?
Bring the money.
And if that's the point, to me, that's what I want to know, because then we as policymakers have to determine whether it's worth the investment in making, right?
Yeah, it's very expensive. In the past, some would say it's prohibitively expensive, although you're seeing like Sites Reservoir, that's monumental. It's the first time the state is increasing storage in decades. Decades, right? And so policy changes have made a big difference in the world today. And you talk about environmental flows and release requirements, and it's quite a different world than in 1968 when the State Water Project was first established, and those battles continue on as we're acutely aware. And so that's, as I mentioned, as we look at the spillway for Lake Hennessy, that's the time to look at that. And we're just embarking on that right now. As I mentioned, the two options that just to mildly put bookends to it, right? 3,000 to 4,000 acre feet, and then an additional one is about 15,000 acre feet, and that is without having to change the entire roadway of Highway 128. That's kind of got the reservoir boxed in there.
So when you say expensive, what does that mean?
Hundreds of millions.
And that would involve elevating or dredging, or
That would be elevating. That would be, I mean, anything that relates to increased storage, you're talking hundreds of millions.
okay. When was the last time we did a study to determine that number? What is that based on?
I think in the 80s was the last time it was looked at, probably to about a 5% level.
Okay. And have we done a calculus, Joy? And again, I'm not trying to quiz you. I'm genuinely interested because I hear these questions of why can't we just increase the storage capacity? And I think the public needs to know if it's going to increase at 1 acre feet, here's the cost. So I think, how do we communicate what that means? So when we say hundreds of millions of dollars, how much storage capacity would that mean? Do we know?
So I mentioned 2 potential projects that I think are the only ones that are even warranted to look at. As I mentioned, we're looking at the spillway study, right? So we would look at the potential to look at the dam in light of that. Could the dam be bolstered? And 2 options. One at about the 3,000 to 4,000 acre feet.
That's what it would increase the storage capacity?
There's 2 options. One's about 4,000 acre feet of an increase, and then the other is about 15. So you've got Highway 128. You're not going to flood unless you're going to contemplate cutting off Highway 128 in its entirety, right? So just saying like 2 feasible, big picture, 10,000 feet, bird's eye view, not eagle eye, human eye, 10,000 feet looking down. It is just looking at those 2 potential options for what's, major infrastructure that you'd be taking out if you had to go any higher than that. So,
got it. Thank you.
Anybody else? Vice Chair Sedgley.
Are we live? Yeah. For what I look at it from our storage on the city side is a couple of things that we're trying to do is reduce the sediment that comes into our reservoirs. That will help, so we don't look at dredging. And then, as Joy pointed out, conservation is a big part of it, and then evaporation is another big part of it. And I think we could address, like out at Napa Sand, it's addressed evaporation in some of the ponds with solar panels, and they have these. Or the solar panels aren't yet, but they're kind of these floating little objects out there that slow down the evaporation. And if we could slow down the evaporation rate on these surface reservoirs, that would make a big difference, and at a much more achievable cost. Because with dredging, it's, California Environmental Quality Act, all those things come in. Fish and wildlife, when you start to dredge, we know with the Army Corps in the river, what it takes to accomplish that. Dredging a reservoir is pretty monumental.
Anybody else? Director Cottrell.
Just to follow up on that, could you comment on that? I mean, I think we've heard that question before about, slowing evaporation on Lake Hennessy. I mean, is that a workable, feasible option?
I don't know how Scott feels about recreation.
All right, I'll retract that.
We do allow boating on the reservoir, and we do have an area that is contained around where our intake tower is for security reasons and for water quality reasons. So there could be some gains. I've actually looked into that. These floating solar panels, we would have some interest in having aerators, having the solar power some aerators that can then help reduce the amount of algae that does bloom around the intake tower. All those nutrients and things coming in feed that algae. The sunlight, you have algae and sunlight, you've got the enemy of drinking water. So yeah, that could solar panels could assist in reducing some of that surface area that tends to assist with the evaporation. But I don't see us covering the reservoir in its entirety. They did that in SoCal. They put and now with regulations changing, they put balls, literally plastic balls, about 3 to 4 inch plastic balls, and covered the entire reservoir. It was more of a concrete, big lined pond, really. And it was met with opposition at first, and then when they took them away, people loved them and they missed them. So I get used to those things. But it did assist in some of the reduction of evaporation. But Lake Hennessy is a very large footprint relative to the depth. Really, the deepest part of it is 90 feet. When you look at the scale of how big and wide it is, that would take a lot of effort to really keep the sunlight off of all of that. So I could see it being a portion and assisting, again, around where the intake tower is, maybe taking about, a small portion around that area and having the solar panels float there.
Yeah, I think that would be interesting too. I mean, also it would help the public get used to this idea, right? Because we're not used to seeing solar panels on the lake. And I would also like to see part of that lake stay. I think the recreational value there, but to be able to do part of it is a interesting next step. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. Anybody else? Director Garcia.
Thank you. Well, if we could shrink this down to a very much smaller scale, say like 6 to 10 acre feet. American Canyon had a very creative idea on conservation, water conservation, recycled water. By the way, we got our Cash for Grass program, et cetera, all the things that everybody else has. But we were lucked out. One thing was at a processing factory. There's these huge 50-gallon barrels, plastic barrels that come with olives, et cetera. Well, when they're empty, they have to find another reuse for it. So we came up with a program of home delivery recycled water. And that's how we got that. It's a very small number, but it had a double impact because you have to put all the barrels out in your front yard or somewhere in the front of your house so they can reach it with a truck, with a hose. And that sends a message to everybody out there. I mean, people come by and say, what are all the orange barrels all about? Well, that's to remind folks that, this is your recycle. You can use it for landscaping. And it was hugely successful. I think we had something close to 500 households sign up, just in a small community. But I've talked with some other representatives who are interested in environmental issues who would like to have a presentation on that in their community as well. So it worked well for us. And it's not one size fits all for everyone, but with some creative thinking, I think we can come up with ways that get at this problem. Thank you.
Thanks, Leon. All right. Not seeing anybody right now. As with Tim, if we can come back to you if anything comes up. Mr. Silk.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Director Gregory. Okay, so now we're all going to jump on the reservoir tour van and make our way northbound up to Santa Elena and hear from Eric Jansen.
Thank you, members of the board. This will be my first presentation before you, so please pardon me if I try to find my feet. Santa Elena has one usable reservoir, and that is the Bell Canyon Reservoir. It has a maximum capacity of about 2,400 acre feet of water. It is not well suited for increasing its height, be a little bit like trying to build a high rise on top of the foundation of a farmhouse. We are increasing our capacity for water primarily through a combination of conservation and also converting our wastewater treatment plant to a tertiary treatment system, which will produce reclaimed water, which we hope to distribute and sell throughout the city. But we need to get to the completion of the plant first, which is expected sometime at the end of this year. And that is about all I've got for you. Do you have any questions you would like to ask?
I think we might. It's great to meet you. Thanks for coming. Director Pedroza.
I'm still on this dredging quest, Eric, so I'm going to ask you the same question. So I like your analogy, you can't build. But on the concept of dredging, is that something you all have explored too in terms of what the benefit and the cost benefit would be?
We have looked at it, and the cost benefit for Santa Elena at least is fairly slim. It would help us restore the capacity of potable water or I should say raw water that the Bell Canyon Reservoir could store back to its original design, but it does not really increase capacity above that.
So that's a great point. So what has been the loss of capacity from what it was originally designed to what it is now? Do you know that data?
I do not have that off the top of my head. Okay. It simply has been reduced over the years.
And I appreciate, I'm not trying to question you all. I think that's just questions that we get from the public of if we were operating at an optimal level, what would be the water storage capacity versus what we're doing now? Then it's up to policymakers to determine, is that an investment that's worthwhile? And I think with water, we just have that responsibility to answer those questions and really see if it's a worthwhile investment. So I appreciate you being candid of maybe it's information we don't know, but it's information we should get.
Perhaps I should place before you a bit of a visual image that most reservoirs are essentially an inverted cone. The deeper you go, the smaller amount of water you gain by dredging. The advantages of actually raising a dam, the area increases. You can store more water. At the same time, you increase the possibility of evaporation loss. So you eventually hit a point where you cannot achieve gains, no matter how beneficial it is to raise a dam. And again, you have a hard limit with how much you can gain by dredging, and that hard limit for dredging is very, very small.
That's a great point. I think I need to go on a field trip. I think we all, and others can come, because that's part of what we need to understand. In a simple world, you dredge, you increase water, but you just address so many variables there that we're not privy to. At least I'm not. I'm not an engineer like our chair here. But I definitely would love to go on a field trip to better understand and get educated on this.
We'll get you scuba certified, and you really get down in there.
Me and Mayor Sedgley, we'll go swimming together as well, so thank you.
I might have you take a shop vac down there with you.
I don't want to know what's at the bottom.
It's clean. That's our potable water.
Mr. Jansen, have you also considered the use of solar panels to reduce evaporation? Is that something that is even remotely possible with the Bell Canyon Reservoir? I know that Vice Mayor Hall has brought that up from time to time. I don't know if you've had conversations with him or if that's been studied even on a very basic level.
So Vice Mayor Hall has communicated with Public Works about the possibility. His initial interest was doing something about floating panels on top of treated wastewater storage. To do that at the Bell Canyon Reservoir, technically possible. It might reduce evaporation a little bit, but unlike the balls, it does not form a good tight seal over the water. I mean, the panels are basically floating on pontoons. Their real primary advantage is to provide extra resiliency for things like emergency power shutoffs by PG&E, allowing us to continue to operate the plant when the power is off and moving water up onto the hills into our reservoirs for fighting fires.
Anybody else? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Bring it back to Mr. Silk.
Yes, thank you. Now I'd like to welcome the City of Calistoga representative, Hamid Hadari. I think that he will be able to also shed some light on a case study experience of the pros and cons of dredging versus expanding capacity via raising reservoir levels with flashboards or other means.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Hamid Hadari. I'm civil engineer with Calistoga Public Works Department. I'm filling in for Derek Rayner, the city engineer. Unfortunately, couldn't make it today. Want to brief you about, basically give you a background about the reservoirs and water supply that we have in Calistoga, also ongoing projects related to that. We get about 20 to 30% of our water supply from Kimball Reservoir, which is a small reservoir about 3 miles north of Calistoga. The other 70–80% of our water comes from the NBA from City of Napa. The dam and infrastructure there at Kimball was constructed 1939–40. It's about 80 years old infrastructure. It needs both repair and upgrade in order to meet the demand. We kind of subdivided into 3 sections this infrastructure. One is increasing the capacity of the reservoir. One is the spillway, and so we'll be able to discharge a 500-year flood safely, and also the piping system and the intake tower. I guess related to this discussion is the first projects that did to increase capacity. We looked at the dredging. In 2005, we did a study, and also 2014 looked at the dredging, and both time separate consultants, they found out that it's not feasible to dredge the lake. It was almost twice as costly as raising the dam. Give you some numbers and the capacity of the reservoir. It was designed to provide 230 acre-feet in 1940. 1947 to raise the dam and provided 340 acre-foot. We also allowed to put flashboards, raised it about another 4 feet over the spillway. after March 1st, if the spillway has flow, it's a wet year, we can, that provides another 61 acre foot. So in total, we're supposed to get 345 acre foot. That was what's designed for. Currently, the capacity has 267 acre foot. And that's because of the both sediments deposit and also the bypass increase that we have to because of the environmental permit requirement. We have to bypass more into Napa River. To answer the question that previously was raised about how much deposit we get, how much sediment we get there, we get about 1.2 acre foot of capacity we lose to sediment every year. And that's the 267 acre foot come from. The project that we have is to basically raise the dam to get a capacity of almost just over the original capacity. The proposed capacity is 430 acre foot for Kimball. The design cost for that project is about $1.4 million. The construction cost is about 11.1. Total cost about $12.5 million. The application for the grant application was submitted to FEMA. It's under review, and we haven't got approval yet. We keep responding to RFIs from FEMA for that grant. So that's one project to increase the capacity. Another project that we have for that infrastructure is to replace that intake tower that we have. Just give you a background of the intake tower. What it does basically has a different valve and different elevation in the lake, and allow us to discharge from different elevations from the lake. So, for example, when during summertime you have a lot of algae on the surface, you can discharge from the bottom of the lake, open a different valve, so you get better quality water for your treatment plant. And where there's a lot of sediment during the winter time and the bottom, you can open the top valve and get a better quality, less sediment water to the treatment plant. These valves are being all froze last 80 years being in operation. They need replacement. Only one of the valves are operating right now. So we don't have that flexibility of picking what quality water we want to send to the treatment plant. So the second project that we have, the grant application that we have, is to replace that intake tower and all the valves, the discharge pipe that goes to basically to drain the lake, also automating the bypass into the river from that intake tower. Also widening the spillway to meet the 500-year flow. That project, we did the design without grant, our city-funded project. Finished the design. We submitted application to FEMA for construction. It's been almost 6-7 years now, and trying to get permits. FEMA gets permits for this project. So this is the second project we have. A third project we had is spillway repair. Saw the cracks and wear and tear on that spillway from last 80 years. We completed that one in 2021, that project. With that, if you have any questions, happy to answer.
Thank you. Any questions for Hamid?
Just clarification, did you estimate your full mic down on myself. Hello. Did I understand you say you estimate 1.2 acre feet a loss of capacity due to siltation?
Sediment in average, correct. Recently it's being more because after the fires and loss of vegetation, we get more sediments.
I would expect. Thank you.
Curious about the mechanics of how you're getting the state water through the city of Napa. I imagine you're piped to the Hennessy plant? No? No. Just curious how it's interconnected.
It's treat and wheel. They have a connection into our transmission main. So we have a calculation for, it's their water supply owned in the state water
Okay, so there's a pipeline from all the way from your Jameson Canyon treatment plant up to Calistoga.
Their metered connection point is near just off the Silverado Trail, just south of Lake Henry.
All right, thank you. Just curious about that. I'm an engineer. But I won't take up your guys' time, asking those kinds of questions. All right, Mr. Silk.
All right, well, very good. I'm going to bring us back to Yountville, the town of Yountville. Representative could not join us today, but Don Callison graciously did provide us with an update of the activities that are going on with regards to Rector Reservoir, which has a capacity of just over 4,500 acre feet. At the present time, there are no near-term plans to increase the capacity of that reservoir. Their project focus at the moment is more on the 1945 built spillway and its condition and whether or not it requires some rehabilitation. And then they would examine the potential for any expansion at that point. And then also they are in the process of installing a bypass valve to provide for the release of water for environmental flow purposes. So that's where they are emphasizing their projects right now.
Director Cottrell?
Thank you. I just had, it's really great to hear. I like the tour that you've taken us on, so I appreciate that. But, and I appreciate what Ms. Eldridge mentioned about the integrated supply and reservoir operations, because that, it seems like that could be a helpful umbrella for, I mean, obviously you all in thinking about managing it, but for us and the public to understand how these pieces could fit together. And, from Mr. Jansen's point, that at this point it doesn't, for the city of St. Helena, expanding or doing a dredging project isn't feasible. I can also see that at some point, looking with that larger lens, tweaking some of those, the various reservoir operations might make a difference when taking that holistic view. So I would love to ask if we could get, when that project is further along, I would be interested in hearing what you're learning and what you're seeing through that as well.
Thank you. Anybody else? Director Garcia.
With regard to the North Bay Aqueduct connection through Jameson Canyon, is that because the city of American Canyon relies almost solely on North Bay watershed. Is that connecting, same connection, Barker Slough? Okay.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay. I think there's an effort moving forward to some point move that connection further north up the Sacramento River.
Well, right. We actually brought a resolution last year to the board supporting the alternative intake project that would divert flows from West Sacramento area if that project was implemented. And it would get us out of a lot of environmental constraints that we realize in Barker Slough.
But thank you. I think that the name alone probably expresses some concern about water quality. But yeah, I think we were aware of the environmental issues, endangered species type of thing. So, well, that's another reason why we invested in Sites Reservoir early. No, thank you, sir.
Sure.
All right. With that, I don't see anything else. I want to thank Joy, Tim, Eric, and Hamid for coming to join us today and for all your time. And thanks, Mr. Silk and Thomaser.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Well, let's, Rick, I think I'll look to you. Next item last on our agenda is 8B, which is an update on the flood control project.
Right. Yeah, and Andrew's going to
Andrew
join
Butler.
me. Yeah, we'll give you a little update, a short one today, because I know the meeting's gone long, and I'll turn it over to Andrew, and you can tell me what you want me to.
Okay. Andrew Butler, District Engineer. Yeah, we'll just have a short update on the flood project. We did have the MOU completely signed now. The Army Corps, we heard, did successfully sign that. I think last time we heard it was sent to them. So that document is now fully executed. We are still waiting for the PPA, the Project Partnership Agreement, which will outline how we're going to do the actual construction. The MOU is mainly for design. The PPA is for the actual construction and how we're going to get, how we're going to do the reimbursement process. We've also been working on reviewing the existing environmental documentation for the project and looking at if we're going to need to supplement that, and if we do, what level of documentation we're going to need. On the land acquisition front, we are finishing up on a number of our appraisals, and we're going to be ready to start putting out offers soon to some of the landowners that we need to acquire property from along the project reach. We are also finishing up our 35% design. We're expecting that to be done around mid-June. We'll be distributing that to the local agencies like the City of Napa and the utilities. We'll also likely have our public meeting for the 35% design sometime in July or possibly early August. So we'll be putting out some flyers regarding that. And then I think Rick was going to talk a bit about our outreach to the Lake Park folks along Shoreline Drive.
Yeah, if you recall, so we had some specific outreach to Lake Park because we have to get right close and personal in their backyards to deal with the levee that needs reconstruction. They resoundingly rejected the initial design we came up with, so we said, okay, back to the drawing board, and we worked with them, and with what they call landowner criteria, they developed a list of items that they wanted us to take a look at and try to meet, and we were able to come up with an alternative design flood wall that basically met their criteria. And so we said we can proceed down this direction, provided that we have an understanding we're doing this on a voluntary basis, because it is more costly. And so their primary focus was to avoid disrupting the improvements that they'd placed on the levee, particularly what we call the land side of the levee, which is in their backyards. The river side of the levee they weren't as focused on, so we came up with a design that basically kept our facilities outside of their existing backyard fence. They were pretty happy with that in general terms. But there's some very particular, as you know, in design, we're only at just getting to 35% design now, and this was all being discussed at about 15% design. So pretty, as the chair understands, being an engineer, we could pick on the engineers today. There's a whole lot of process that goes, from early design all the way to final design, and we put together a letter of understanding to send out to the 25 or so property owners that actually would be affected by this construction in their backyards or on their property, basically saying, we're willing to proceed down a path here with a voluntary agreement with you if this is what you want, and we will take the criteria that you provided and use it to guide the design. We've gotten signatures on all but 2 of the letters of understanding. For the most part, there's a couple people that we're just trying to track down that either don't live in the property and are a little harder to track down. And the only issue I would say is we advance this. It's sort of an understanding, we're holding hands together, that as we advance the design, we can keep to those landowner provided criteria, and that some of these kind of, as the design progresses, we've got to get through review after review, Army Corps and all sorts of environmental reviews, and trying to get the landowners to understand that, things may have to change a little bit, but we're going to try to keep to the general design that seemed to win their favor. So we'll keep you updated on that process.
Is the schedule we saw last month about the same?
Yes, we're still on that schedule.
In any way right now to anticipate the schedule for the south wall, or is it safest just to say it's going to follow TBD?
We'll likely start formal design on that once we have this project, the project north of the bypass, out for construction. Probably a 1-year design on that project as well, and then we'd probably maybe shelve it for a year and then start construction in 2027. I think that's roughly what we're anticipating right now.
We do have some funding in the current contract for the design consultant to get started on that and start working with the city of Napa, because there's some key elements there that I think we need to refresh with the city to make sure how, this is the direction they want to go. And PG&E has this cleanup project that they're doing on Riverside Drive that we're coordinating with, so they need some basic ideas where our facilities will be, the flood wall foundation and things like that, so that they can clean up the area around that former MGP site, the manufactured gas plant site. So that's so we're kind of advancing the design a little bit there.
Okay. Any questions? All right, we'll get another update next month.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so any district manager report?
I don't think so today.
Tapped it for today?
Yeah.
Any director reports or announcements? Seeing none, we don't have closed session. We'll adjourn to our next meeting, June 13th, 1:30.